Good morning. Welcome to the 2020 DEPED CALABARZON Gender Awareness and Development Convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal. Dear Lord, let me seek the things I truly need. Let me desire a heart which beats for you. Let me live a life worthy of you. Guide me in the success of my work, that they may see its fullness in you. Bless me to be meek in every triumph, to know that all these come from your grace. Touch me and make me conquer myself to see you in others. Lead me to your hope, for it is then that I am at peace. Lead me to your faith, for it is then that I am me. Lead me to your love, for it is then that I am home. Lord, I offer you my everything, my sacrifice, my life. Amen.
Dito sa timog Katagalugan, sumimulang bagong pangalan. Ang kaunlaran kay binis at masagana. Lahat kami may pagkakaisa sa Pilipinas, sama-sama mabuhay ang Calabarzon, Calabarzon sa mga panahon.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, friends from all over Calabarzon, welcome to the 2020 DEPED Calabarzon Gender and Development Convention. Our theme for this celebration is Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal. We are streaming live from the regional office, and we are hoping that you will be staying with us until the end of this activity. Let us now have our dear and lovely EPS from the HRDT, Ma'am Giselle Ulpina, to acknowledge our participants. Ma'am Giselle.
Okay, good
Ate Giselle, good
morning.
morning.
Good morning everyone. Good morning at magandang buhay po sa ating lahat. As you have said, we are broadcasting live via StreamYard, YouTube, and Facebook. We are really expecting all God advocates of Calabarzon to be with us in this virtual God convention. At this juncture, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our ever-supportive Regional Director, Sir Willie Cabral, and of course, our ARD, Dr. Ruth L. Fuentes, and the HRDD staff headed by our Chief, Dr. Luz E. Osmeña, and our guests and resource persons for these two-day God convention that will be introduced to us by our moderators. Our moderator for this day is Ma'am Elaine Sangalang of Santa Rosa City. And I would like, please help me welcome the ROP Functional Division God Focal Persons, and also the God Focal Persons and advocates of SDO proper and the different schools of SDO Antipolo City with Sir Chris Diaz as the SDS, and the Bacoor City with Ma'am Edith Atendido. Good morning sa inyong lahat. And Batangas Province headed by Ma'am Mertel, and Batangas City. Good morning, Batangas God Advocates. We have also Binyan City, Cabuyao City, Calamba City, Cavite Province, Cavite City, Dasmariñas City, General Trias City, Imus City, Laguna Province, Lipa City, Lucena City, Quezon Province, Rizal Province, San Pablo City, Santa Rosa City, Tanawan, and Tayabas. Welcome lahat po ng ating God Focal Persons, God Advocates of Calabarzon. I hope that you will be joining with us from this day up to tomorrow. This convention, I think, and I'm sure, will enlighten us about the issues and concerns of the gender in development, and also some inputs as we implement our God projects, our God activities in our respective SDOs and schools. So again, I want to welcome everyone. Stay safe, everyone. Good morning and God bless.
Thank you, Ate Giselle, for the acknowledgement of our dear participants. Ate Giselle, thank you. For our convention objectives, let us now hear from our dear Chief of the HRDB NEAP-R, the ever-supportive and lovely, Ma'am Luz Osmeña. Good morning, Ma'am Luz.
Good morning, everyone. Now, as what Ma'am Giselle said, um, uh, I know that we are all ready to attend this 2020 GAD convention. Welcome to this two-day DepEd Calabarzon 2020 GAD convention. Good morning, our Regional Director, Wilfredo D. Cabral, our distinguished guest, which will be introduced later, our regional office and SDO or Schools Division Offices GAD Focal Point System members. Happy Thursday and good morning once again. Now, this activity has the theme which is Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal. Now, the main objective of this activity is to provide you with the information on the strategies and interventions undertaken by our partnered agencies and other stakeholders on gender issues that affect the education sector during pandemic. Now, specifically, it also aims to address pressing gender issues affecting the education sector during this time of pandemic. Also, this will allow participants to acquire new ideas on how to combat gender issues affecting the education performance of the learners, and collaborate with relevant government agencies to address gender gaps. And lastly, share best practices on God anchored on research. Now, with this, I'd say enjoy attending this two-day virtual God convention, and God bless everyone.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Luz. Hello, Ma'am Luz. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
giving us the convention objectives. It's a lovely Thursday, everyone, and we are streaming live from the regional office. We hope that you will be with us until the end of this activity. We are lucky to have resource speakers from all over, and we will be hearing from them later. So please stay with us and let's hear studies from different researchers about issues and concerns on gender and development. Indeed, friends, it is a lovely Thursday morning, and our guest who will be providing us with information on gender and development is the is from the National Economic and Development Authority, Region 4A Calabarzon Regional Development Council. He is the Regional Director of the NEDA Region 4A and the Vice Chairperson of the Calabarzon Regional Development Council. Our guest is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering in Bicol University, Program in Development Economics in the University of the Philippines, Diliman, a Master in Management in Bicol University, and a Master in Public Management and Development in the Development Academy of the Philippines. He is also specializes in urban, regional, and area planning, investment, programming and budgeting, and project development, management, evaluation, and monitoring. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are so lucky and fortunate to have with us Engineer Luis G. Banwa. Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Thank you, Sir Jerome, for the kind introduction to our distinguished officials. Later on, I believe we will be joined by Undersecretary Estado San Antonio of DepEd, Dr. Wilfredo Cabral, the Regional Director of DepEd Calabarzon, ARD Ruth Fuentes, Director, and Raquel Miguel, of course, Nadine, our other resource persons, faculty and staff from the different school division offices, guests and fellow God advocates. A pleasant morning to all. As part of DepEd's advocacy to mainstream God in education and create a gender responsive academic community, you are now on the fourth year of conducting a region-wide GAD convention for the school division offices in Calabarzon. So in spite of the pandemic, you still continue to, to do the GAD convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal. This year's convention focuses on the gender issues affecting education sector during a public health emergency and provides information on different ways to address these issues. I would like to emphasize two important points. First, public health emergencies, particularly the current COVID-19 pandemic, challenge not only the readiness of the healthcare system, but also the readiness of the entire government system in providing services, especially to the most vulnerable sectors. Second, our current situation, by the way, other than the COVID-19, we still have other emergencies. At the start of the year, we have the Taal eruption, and then towards the end of the year, earthquake, and also I guess it's in the third quarter or, fourth quarter, we have the series of typhoons, and these are strong typhoons. Second, our current situation calls for a whole of government approach, and everyone's cooperation is essential for the region and the country to rise above the challenges and adapt to the new normal. In the Global Education Monitoring Report from UNESCO, it was pointed out that COVID-19 also triggered education issues and challenges rooting from deep and multiple forms of inequality. According to the report, the extended period that families spent at home due to lockdown increased gender-based violence. Lockdowns also restricted women from access to services such as reproductive health, social support services, which may lead to early marriage and pregnancy. Of course, it's affected the classes, and the consequences of this situation affect the victim's ability to continue learning. Another challenge pointed out was on the multiple burden against women and girls since shift to online distance learning may have led to increased childcare and chore responsibilities at home. This could affect women and girls' academic performance and eventually their productive contribution to the economy. Thus, it is important to emphasize that even during public health emergencies like COVID, and as I've mentioned, with the other calamities like eruption, earthquake, and series of typhoons, indirect consequences exist and can greatly impact sectors other than health, particularly since the triggered issues and challenges resulted from cross-cutting concern, which is gender equality. Given this, it is also essential that other sectors, such as education sector, is prepared, capacitated, and equipped to address the emerging issues and challenges in order to continue providing quality services to the public which relates to my second point, the importance of whole government approach. From the GEM report by UNESCO, we can easily foresee the identified issues and challenges does not end with education sector. If resolved, these issues and challenges have the potential to affect other sectors. Girls who were once victims of gender-based violence and were not able to continue their studies might eventually become among the statistics for underemployed and unemployed. Adolescent girls who engage in early marriages and pregnancies are at a greater risk to have undernourished or malnourished offspring. And as we all know, malnutrition, particularly stunting, has lifelong irreversible effects to the individual and the society as one of the root causes of the never-ending cycle of poverty. Acknowledging the issues and challenges posed by COVID-19 and the other calamities in the education sector has the capacity to affect other sectors. The call for everyone's participation is more crucial now than ever. One sector performing well is not enough to take us to where we want to be, but given the adequate contribution from the different sectors, then we can rest assured that we are getting closer every day to achieving the long-term vision of the country and of the region, matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. I would like to take this opportunity to commend DEPED Calabarzon for continuing this activity despite the limitations due to our current health situation in the region. This event is not only timely, but will definitely contribute to the recovery efforts of the region from the pandemic. I just would like to mention that Calabarzon, we garnered lots of awards in 2018 from the PCW, and we hope to get more awards. And one of that is the active participation of all actors involved. As part of our advocacy on gender and development, I encourage all of you to be involved and do your part in achieving gender equality and inclusive development in the region. Through this activity, we look forward to a lot of learnings. I hope and I believe you will learn a lot, and I hope will further engage, prepare, and capacitate you in addressing the development challenges in the education sector. Let me end my message with this excerpt from the foreword of Helen Clark, the chair of the GEM Report Advisory Board, and I quote, "Education systems are only as inclusive as their creators make them. Inclusion in education is ensuring that every learner feels valued and respected and can enjoy a learning a clear sense of belonging." End of quote. To all of you, I wish you a successful and enjoyable convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Luis, for your short but wonderful message. You have mentioned and emphasized two concerns. The first, the public health challenges that we are all experiencing now and the current situation. And you also mentioned about the role of education sector in the face of all these challenges. Thank you very much for that. Now, sir, please stay with us for a few moments and let me call in our dear director, Sir Willie, and our dear Chief Ma'am Luz for the awarding of certificate.
our regional director of NEDA Region 4A, Sir Luis G. Banwa. Now, may I read now the text of the certificate? Now, Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Region 4A, Calabarzon, a certificate of recognition. This certificate is awarded to Luis G. Banwa, the Regional Director, NEDA Region 4A, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise as resource person during the 2020 DepEd Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Equality Embracing Challenges in the New Normal, conducted by the Department of Education, Region 4A Calabarzon, through the Human Resource Development Division on December 3, 2020 via Facebook and YouTube Live. Given this third day of December 2020 through Facebook and YouTube Live. Signed, the Regional Director, Wilfredo E. Cabral. So thank you very much, Sir Banwa.
Thank you very
Hope
much,
that you
Ma'am
will
Luz.
still be joining with us in the next activities of that. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Sir Luis, for being with us and for your message. Thank you very much, Ma'am Luz, for awarding the certificate to our guests. Friends, you have heard our dear director from NEDA who emphasized two concerns. First, public health challenges, the readiness of the government in addressing all these challenges that we are experiencing currently. And second, the current situation of the entire country. We are experiencing COVID-19 pandemic, and with that, the Taal eruption just recently, also with the earthquake and the series of typhoon that we have had in the last 2 weeks. So it calls for a whole of government approach and everybody's participation in addressing these issues and concerns. And this also lengthen the lockdown that we are all experiencing, and accordingly, this also increases gender-based violence. And he also emphasized the role of the education sector in the face of all these challenges. So dear friends, with that message, let us all bear in mind that we are here in order to be aware of what is our role in all these challenges. We are embracing the challenges in the new normal. Let us now hear the message of our dear regional director, our father in the Calabarzon, the father of all the men and women of DepEd Calabarzon, the captain of the ship. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome our beloved and dear regional director, Sir Willie Cabral. Good morning, Sir Willie.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, one and all. I would like to welcome everyone to the 2020 DepEd Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing the Challenges of the New Normal. Year 2020 is about to end, and probably among us, we can say it could have been better, it could have been the most challenging year in the education sector. as we shift from one approach to another and continually adjusting and readjusting our sails, we felt how enormous
So, as you all know, we are streaming live from the regional office and the connection is wonky, a bit wonky. So, friends, bear with us. You know that when we are broadcasting live, things like this do happen. So, please stay with us. We will be hearing more from Sir Willie a little later. We are just fixing some things over here in the regional office. So, Sir Willie is just around to give us his complete message. We will be having, we will be hearing researches and studies related to gender and development. And I hope you will be excited about that. There are issues and concerns that we need to address so that we will be more aware of what's going on in the Philippines during this lockdown period, during these pandemic times. So this new normal has brought us different challenges, different things that we are experiencing now. Friends, I know that we are all aware of things that are happening around us, but what is happening inside the hearts and minds of everyone? So let us get into the bottom of this. Let us be aware of what's really going on inside every one of us. As you can see, our dear ICT coordinator is moving around because he's fixing things for this broadcast. Sir Ray, can we play something so that they will be having to see something other than me talking here? I know our guests are all at the back, in the backstage, and they are just waiting for their cue. But dear friends, just stay there and bear with us. Our theme for this celebration, for this convention is Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the Normal. I hope everybody is aware that generation equality calls for both men and women, for all genders, for all sexes in order to be equal. There is no debate or argument anymore who is the superior sex, or the more superior sex, is it the men or the women? It's not a question anymore. We are calling for equality. Generation equality calls for everybody's opportunity to have same opportunities, all opportunities in life. But whatever your status, your creed, your religion, your race, your color, it doesn't matter anymore. We are calling for batting for, lobbying for generation equality. And have you heard in the news last night or in the news these past few days, what is the top word for 2020? I hope you are aware of that. Well, of course, It's not about gender, it's not about development, but it has something to do with what Sir Lewis mentioned earlier in his message. Have you heard of what's the top word for 2020? If you do, kindly encode it, type it in our chat box for us to know. Have you heard of the top word for the year 2020? So what are the words you commonly hear this year, which you don't commonly hear in the previous years? There are a lot of words, and I believe that our young people are also aware of these words, even the meaning of these words. And I know you have heard of that. So please, what are those words? And this has been emphasized by Sir Lewis in his message earlier. Let us now hear a video message from our guest, who is currently serving as the Director 4 at the Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development, the BHROD of the Department of Education. She finished AB Political Science at the University of Santo Tomas and took up a bachelor's degree in law and graduated at the Far Eastern University. On the same year she passed her bar examinations. She started her career in government service at the office of Senator Alan Cayetano, the Senate of the Philippines, and eventually at the office of the Deputy Executive Secretary for Legal Affairs, Office of the President. In April 2019, His Excellency, our President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, issued her appointment at the Department of Education and was subsequently designated by the Secretary of Leonor Magdolis Briones to serve as the Director 4 of the DepEd Finance Service Legal Support. In the same year, in concurrent capacity, she was designated as the Director of the Education Programs Delivery. Education Programs Delivery Unit. The unit, created in 2016 to introduce decisive interventions to improve DepEd's capacity in program implementation and operation. Then, July of this year, she was appointed as the Director 4 of the BHROD. She is also the Chair of the GAD Focal Point System and the Secretariat Chair of the GAD Focal Point System of DepEd. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are so lucky to have with us the Director 4 of BHROD, Attorney Ann Raquel C. Miguel. We'll be hearing Attorney Ann Rachel a little later. We're just waiting for the broadcast. Friends, let us now hear the message of Director Ann Rachel Miquel. Good morning, ma'am.
Cabral, colleagues from DepED Calabarzon, dear teachers, esteemed guests, partner agencies, and other invited stakeholders, a pleasant morning. At the outset, allow me to express my gratitude to DepEd Region 4A for inviting me to this event entitled 2020 DepEd Calabarzon Gender and Development Convention with a very timely theme, Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal. I say timely because the unprecedented global public health crisis has resulted to not only health and economic challenges, but also social and psychological consequences, involving, among others, gender-based violence. While countries implementing lockdown and billions of people sheltering at home from the global contagion of COVID-19 serve as a protective measure, these unfortunately mean danger to some women and children with the so-called shadow pandemic, pertaining to the consequent surge in God-related domestic violence and abuse. In the Philippines, data from government agencies reflects that the number of cases of gender-based abuse and violence reported to authorities declined, particularly during the first month and a half of the implementation of the enhanced community quarantine. But it's also worth noting that the Philippine Commission on Women is of the view that the seemingly reduced prevalence of abuse might be because victims were unable to report abuse due to limited mobility and the absence of public transportation, especially in areas where this has been suspended to curb the spread of the coronavirus. The UN Women, Asia and the Pacific, in its paper entitled Gender Snapshot, COVID-19 in the Philippines, it expounded that women and girls in the Philippines are facing distinct challenges to their safety and well-being during COVID-19, such as access to healthcare, gender-based violence and other human rights violations, and economic insecurity. Said study underscored that gender and social inequalities existed in the Philippines even before the pandemic are now exacerbated. Contributing in addressing the foregoing is thus one of the interventions of the Department of Education under the so-called New Normal, with the flagship program, the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. The department recognizes this as a major challenge in the shift from face-to-face instruction to multiple learning delivery modalities. These, together with the issues on gender equality policies, in creating a safe workplace amidst the pandemic, and gender-sensitive learning materials under BLCP, are just some of the challenges that we in DepEd strive to address, and we welcome the assistance and support that our partner agencies and institutions, as well as other stakeholders, may extend relative to this. Undertaking God-related initiatives and interventions requires the whole agency approach, and the involvement of DepEd field offices is thus imperative to ensure that policies are translated into concrete programs and activities and that they are streamlined and harmonized. Hence, our USEC Jess Mateo, in his memorandum, called DepEd Central Office and Field Offices to prepare and submit their GAD plans and budgets, observing the following: that gender issues and GAD mandates corresponding to GAD programs, activities, and projects to be included in the GPB should be within the context of the agency's mandates provided in international and national laws, commitments, and plans on women and gender equality. The identification of gender issues and GAD programs, activities, and projects shall also be informed by results of gender analysis and gender audit.
Friends, let us again once more, let us welcome again our dear director, Sir Willie Cabral. Sir Willie.
Good morning. Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the 2020 DEPED Calabarzon God Convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing the Challenges in the New Normal. Year 2020 is about to end, and probably among us, we can say it has been the most challenging year in the education sector. As we shift from one approach to another and continually adjusting and readjusting our sails, we felt how enormous the challenges are, and we never let ourselves caught off guard in any event that turns up. We were and we will always be there to face it, to respond to it, to come together and collectively push aside the barriers placed before us. There are countless things we learned about year 2020. We learned so many things, such that our strengthened foundation of individual and institutional perspective have improved. We discovered how teamwork really works. We found out the ways of doing things. We have been strategic and visionary in our approach. Most importantly, we value the people who tirelessly work for our welfare and our safety. All this come together to make us realize the vital role and the significant existence of one and all. I mentioned in several instances that year 2020 is about balance and discovery. Indeed, it is. This year, we are able to strike a balance between and among our work, family, and oneself. We become conscious of what we do and conscious about others. We discovered new things, good and bad. We dwell upon good things that happened and we make assertions on how we can deal with the bad ones that we experience. This is all about learning. This is about learning by doing. We are given the test first to learn the lesson more. Practically, it is the opposite of what we do, such that we present first the lesson and do the test to find out what we learn. New normal, maybe yes, maybe no. Whatever, lest we are learning. That learning should transcend as we transition to the upcoming year. Remember, we are still in the middle of the school year. We might be up to a greater challenge by then. With that in mind, how can we further establish generation equality and embrace the challenges of the new normal? Perhaps everybody would agree that numbers are fundamentally composed of only 10 numerals, either from 1 to 10 or 0 to 9. The combination of any of these 2, 3, or 4 10 numbers can result to a countless permutation. This idea is espoused by Ed Chuvisho in his book, The 8 Streams of Confluent Learning to Personal Effectiveness. The power of coming together. A confluence of number is vital in achieving the stability and success we want in the future in this endeavor. Having said that, the number of people now present and those watching us may considerably be few. But if we come together to work, learn, and face the challenges of the new normal, we can be at better heights of achievement. To end, and to this end, I say, let us come together, work together, learn together, that when the waves of success is here, we are all tossed up in joy and excitement, enjoying the moments without barriers of bias on gender, status, positions. We coexist and draw new path to achieve more in the future. Friends and colleagues, by then we shall discover new formula. We should not end all mixed up and permanently set. As Jason or John Mason said, yesterday's formula for success is oftentimes a recipe for tomorrow's failure. With that, I thank you all for attending this convention, and we would like also to thank those people who attended and find time to be with us this morning. Salute to them for our gender and development concerns for the region. Of course, I do believe everyone is on the same page, looking forward to a better workplace, to a better learning for 2021 and onwards. Thank you very much. Have a good day sa inyo pong lahat. Maraming maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Sir Willie, for that very wonderful message. Uh, Sir Willie emphasized that during these pandemic times, we face it, we respond to it. And these times, we have learned so many things about it. We discovered about ourselves, we discovered about teamwork and what really teamwork is. And we work for the welfare and safety of one and all. So together, we learn a lot. Sir, really thank you very much for that beautiful message. Earlier, we have also heard about Sir Rachel emphasizing on the Learning Continuity Plan, the LCP. This is DepEd's response to the challenge of the pandemic times. And we are here to face it and to conquer it and to respond to it. So as our dear Secretary mentioned, education must continue. So this is our response to the current situation. Friends, let us now have our house rule. Please. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Willie and Ma'am Rachel, for your messages. We would like to remind everyone to be punctual. Please be here with us on time. I know you're all well aware of that. And also, please participate, be with us. Not only listening to the messages of our resource persons, our guests, but participate by asking questions via chat. But please, when you ask questions, please ask appropriate questions, use appropriate words and statements. And I know everybody is, of course, well aware of that. Be respectful in giving your questions to our resource persons. And make this convention a safe space for everyone. So everybody, let us all enjoy the convention. Let us all enjoy the messages. Let us take to heart the messages of our guests, our friends, who will be sharing their experiences with us. Thank you very much. And that will be our house rule. Let us now have the moderator for our session. So our session 1 will be about, sorry about this, the learners during pandemic. Our session 1 will be about the learners during pandemic. Our moderator for this session is the SEPS of the HRDS of SDO Santa Rosa City, and she is also the division GAD focal person. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, let us all welcome the dear and beautiful Miss John Elaine Sangalang.
Good morning, Sir Jerome. Hello. Thank you for that introduction. And good morning po again sa ating mga viewers and participants for this GAD convention. Actually, Sir Jerome, this is the first ever na virtual God convention po natin, no? Amidst this new normal. So again, my name is Jella and I will be your moderator for this session, for this morning session. Actually, we have three topics under this session. This will be discussed to us by different resource persons of course, from the educational sector. And after which we will have the presentations of their research studies related to gender and development. So I know everyone is so much excited to watch and listen to our resource persons for this morning. So we will now move on to the first topic. But before we move on again to the next topic, let's have the additional norms. No, if Sir Jerome have mentioned earlier the norms for the participants, this will be added as well for also for the for the facilitators or the resource persons. So first questions will be entertained after all the speakers are done with their presentations or during the open forum. Then each speaker will be given 30 minutes to discuss or present their topics. Participants are requested to jot down their questions and raise this during the open forum. So right after the discussion, there will be a Q&A portion. You can also type your comments sa ating section box or comment section sa inyong FB or in the YouTube for the TWG to gather it later on. And questions should be brief and straight to the point. So dapat relevant also to the topic being discussed earlier. So without further ado, let's now move on to the first topic. So it's a pleasure and great honor to present the first resource person for this first day of Gender and Development Convention. He is actually holds a research degree a doctor degree in education from the University of Newcastle in Australia. He has been tasked to coordinate the ongoing review of the K-12 curriculum and also attempts to find ways of ensuring that every learner achieves authentic literacy. He pushes for the T, or the transparency, ethics, and accountability in school governance. In addition to, he believes that a strong rewards and recognition system is an effective way to encourage officials and teachers to aim for excellence. Furthermore, he strengthens a strong research culture towards meaningful innovations for students. And lastly, he nurtures productive partnerships with all stakeholders. He has been our regional director in the DEPED Calabarzon and now an undersecretary for curriculum instruction at the Department of Education Central Office. Let us welcome our USEC for Curriculum and Instruction, Undersecretary Diosdado Dads M. San Antonio.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat, Miss Jean. Para namang hindi ako kilala ng mga tao dyan sa mga binasa mo, mga pinagsasabi mo about myself. Yes, I've been with DepEd Calabarzon for more than 6 years of my productive life as a DepEd. Good morning. I wish to start by conveying my gratitude and thanks to R.D. Willie for the invitation to be a part of this GAD convention for this year. It's always a pleasure being able to take part in activities organized by DepEd Calabarzon. My memories, fond memories of the region would always be treasured. You have asked me to talk about breaking disparities in learning opportunities during pandemic. Let me start by mention things that you already know. I think during the PISA results and even the the release of the CPLM very recently, the other day, Southeast Asian Primary Learning Matrix. It's another kind of examination, similar in scope to PISA, reading, tested learners. This one, grade 5 learners, ang CPLM, reading, numeracy, writing, and then global awareness. Again, very obvious in the results. If you look at the results of the international large-scale assessments in our country and around the world, there are really disparities which are very evident. First, girls tend to be outperforming the boys in terms of reading and the other aspects of the performance that have been measured in the large scale assessment. So that's again, as I've said, it's a trend that the girls appear to be achieving better than the boys. I'm not saying that the girls are smarter. I'm saying they are better achievers as far as the school systems are concerned. Second, I think this one is also very conclusive. The achievement gap between the haves and the have-nots in terms of socioeconomic status. Children coming from families with more resources tend to perform better than the children from poorer families. So, and again, another source of disparity would be the like the locality where the learners are. Urban learners, I mean learners from urban areas, tend to generally, of course there would be exceptions, tend to perform better than the rural counterparts. So there are many other areas by which disparities in the achievement and performance of learners are really existing. But for our discussion today, I wish to focus on the disparities between gender, between socio-economic class, and the location of the where the learners are studying. Of course, private and public has also been an issue. Consistently, learners in private schools, who I believe tend to be coming from the higher social classes, also tend to outperform learners from the public schools, who generally would cater to the learners from poorer families. So the trends are disturbing because we're supposed to provide quality, accessible, relevant, liberating basic education for all. And the pandemic has made this, this task of making sure that all youngsters will learn. This has become more complicated and challenging. And I think the topic you have given me is really appropriate to what we are doing now. Of course, I will not have to repeat, but we have offered multiple distance learning delivery modalities. Again, the families with the means are able to afford gadgets and internet that allow their children to learn using the online option. But we also said that the poorer families who would have no access to gadgets and internet will have to learn using the printed distance self-learning modules. While it's perceived that those doing online are actually able to simulate somehow the face-to-face classes in our pre-COVID days, I would always argue that if we are effective in making the learners engaged, interested, motivated to carry out the learning tasks, we can address the equity issue or the issue of disparity. We can give chances to all children for them to be able to learn certain competencies, the most essential ones as we have identified for COVID-19. So the offering of multiple modes for distance learning is a way to somehow allow everybody access to the learning resources. Some people argue that equity issues will be even like intensified or exacerbated by the kind of modalities we're offering. But I would like to argue that if we did not offer anything to our learners from poorer families, the gap will even be widened, because even prior to the opening of school year, children of families who belong to the higher social class have been actually learning, doing things online, etc., while the children from poorer families with no access to anything have ceased to really be engaged in learning. So that's the argument. So the thing that I wanted to really point out is we are offering the opportunity, and fellow teachers and educators, I just would like to highlight the fact that the most important aspect that we have to address during this COVID-19 times is to make the children really very interested in carrying out and like fulfill completing the assignment, so that they will be engaged in learning. The other thing is, of course, the need to communicate with the parents and the families. Communication between the teacher and the home, the teacher and the parent, or the teacher and the learner, has to be intensified. And we have noted very creative ways of doing this among our fellow teachers. I fully believe, and I'm so proud to note, that a lot of creativity has been demonstrated by many of our fellow teachers, fellow principals, fellow school officials, superintendents, even regional director. Let me note that, of course, RD Willie is one of the most innovative among the RDs in the whole country, and we're very fortunate that he is in Calabarzon to sustain our culture of excellence. For the next part of my talk, let me just pay attention to what is called equity pedagogy as a way to break disparities. There is this concept advanced by banks as early as 1995, where we do teaching. Of course, the curriculum has been designed, hopefully, that can be used for any kind of learner, but the pedagogy is very crucial. The way we teach, the way we make children learn is very important in breaking the disparities. And banks call this equity pedagogy. And it's defined as an approach to education in which teachers develop teaching strategies and cultivate classroom environments that better support all students, especially those who have been disadvantaged in the school and the outside society. So it's very simple. When we say equity pedagogy, we expect our fellow teachers to use teaching strategies and cultivate classroom environments that will support all students, that will really make inclusive learning happen, and particularly mindful of the need to be sensitive to the requirements of our disadvantaged learners. I'm sharing something I've read written by Jennifer Gonzalez. She heads a group called Cult of Pedagogy. In 2018, she wrote and provided 10 ways educators can take action in pursuit of equity. But essentially, what she has written is a result of an interview of a very famous professor, Pedro Noguera of the University of California, LA. And then, so the ideas actually came from Professor Noguera. And the first thing that Professor Noguera said through the article of Jennifer Gonzalez is for us to challenge the normalization of failure. Of course, we do not resign to the fact that the boys will always lag behind. We do not resign to the fact that the poorer children will not learn as fast as their richer, the wealthier counterparts. We should not resign to the fact that learners in urban areas will always outperform their rural counterparts. What Professor Noguera is saying, we have to challenge the normalization of failure. We have to look for positive deviants that there are learners coming from poorer families. I may be included. I may be one of them. I grew up from a very poor family, but I compensated my poverty with a lot more effort so that I could perform as good as my other classmates. So the idea is we need to we should refuse the fact that even if it's a trend that there are like basis for disparities in performance, we should be mindful of the fact that there are learners even from the disadvantaged classes, much more the like those needing special support. They should also be made to understand that they're capable of achieving. Second suggestion is to speak up for equity. I think you note this even during times when I'm interviewed lately, that has been added to my tasks as a USEC for curriculum and instruction. I always would say we are mindful of equity. And I fully support the decision of Secretary Leonor Liling Magtolis Briones that we had to push, and this is a collective decision of the MANCOM, including R.D. Willie and the rest of the directors, that we have to push for the opening of school year. We have to push for making sure that everybody will have the chance to learn. I already mentioned my reason that if we will not open school year, the wealthy families will find ways of making sure that their children will continue to learn. Of course, I don't have to mention that if we deprive learners from the chance to continue to learn, there are also studies overwhelmingly saying that the more we delay opening of schools for this year, the more serious the financial disadvantage our current generation of learners will suffer in their lifetimes. So we have to speak up for equity. We have to always mention that yes, the disparities have to be broken, that we should not just be contented that there are sectors in our classrooms who will continue to lag behind. We should come up with other ways. The other suggestion, this one is referring to, of course, the context is US, but we can also make this applicable to our context. Noguera also mentions that we have to embrace students coming from the immigrant families and their culture. Perhaps we can also say that we have to embrace all learners, pay attention to all of them, and as I've said, perhaps extra attention to those coming from disadvantaged classes. He also suggests that we have to provide students clear guidance in what it takes to succeed. All students, and again, more attentive to those that we have mentioned, boys, poor learners, and those in rural areas. And what are these requirements for one to succeed? We have to make sure that they possess study skills, the skills in organizing their lives and their learning activities, and note taking and time management. The fifth suggestion is to build partnerships with parents based on shared interest. I always say this, you know this, sa ulado nyo na ito, that the learners whose parents are actively engaged in the academic lives of their children tend to create learners who achieve more, achieve better. So if we can, in Calabarzon, make parents excited to play more active role in the academic lives of their children, we will create high achievers. Of course, this does not include making them do the requirements because that's also tantamount to teaching dishonesty among our youngsters. The sixth point is to align discipline practices to educational goals. Of course, I'm guilty of this when I was a principal. Learners who misbehave would always be suspended. Learners who misbehave are sent out of the classroom. Learners who misbehave are punished in ways that actually I now realize are not supportive of the idea for making equity pedagogy happen in their lives. So Noguera is suggesting that perhaps instead of suspensions, the learners may do community service during times when they are not supposed to be in school. Now I realize it's not a good idea to send a misbehaving learner outside of the classroom. Of course, there are people in Calabarzon, particularly in Tanawan City, who are very active in fostering and promoting positive discipline in the classroom. And I think this is included. So community service may be an option instead of the traditional suspensions and deprivations of opportunities to be learners. Seventh suggestion is to rethink remediation, and we have to focus on acceleration. Of course, and I know this, I mean, as early as when I was a grade 1 child, several years ago, 50 years ago, when some of our classmates who were very slow were requested to stay behind for remedial lessons, and they were ostracized. We were like, the children, we were saying, oh, naiwan kasi hindi marunong magbasa at lahat. The point of Noguera is, yes, we have to provide support to the learners who are lagging behind, but it does not have to be in the traditional way of creating like stigma in efforts to remediate. So the focus is on acceleration, and a suggestion is, although this could be another way to suffer from stigma, but perhaps enrich lessons, not necessarily after class, but perhaps challenging them to attend special sessions during summer that could make them cope and address the learning gaps so that they can compete when they proceed to the next grades. 8, implement evidence-based practices and evaluate effectiveness. You know me, I've been very serious about research. I always would say before you can claim that something works, you have to gather data and evidence. And this is what we want to do. And I'm very sure this is still happening in DepEd Calabarzon because, as I've said, your director will not allow you to do things that cannot be supported by evidence. The other thing that Noguera is suggesting is to build partnerships with community leaders to address student needs. So, yeah, I feel that the so-called affirmative action, meaning taking action to favor those that tend to underachieve, is also very important. And we can harness the resources from our community leaders, from our partners. And I know, for example, our feeding program that addresses the malnutrition and undernutrition among the learners is one form of giving the children an opportunity to at least feel good while learning. And finally, on the 10th idea is to teach the way students learn rather than to learn the way we teach. So we have to really challenge our fellow teachers to adjust, to personalize the learning activities so that the children will be able to, the learners in our classrooms will be able to do things consistent with what we want to accomplish. Another article I read in preparation for this talk is one written by Ashley DiFranza. She wrote the article in 2019 for practices to promote equity in the classroom. One is promoting the act of calling in. You know, there are natural bullies in the classroom. Some people will shout. Instead of again like telling them to stop and refrain from doing so, we have to invest more time in discussing why such an act is not desirable. So calling in is not necessarily embarrassing or punishing the one bullying a classmate, but it's like explaining, processing the misbehavior, I should say, and making it clearly understood by everybody that such a behavior does not actually promote the well-being of classmates or others. The other suggestion of Franza is to communicate the classroom standards. It's very important. If we want equity, if we want again, let me emphasize that the underachievers, the traditional underachievers, the boys, learners coming from poorer families, learners with disabilities, they have certain sense of inferiority complex. So our classroom standards have to be very clear that we will not tolerate stereotyping, we will not tolerate name calling, we will not tolerate bullying attempts in various ways that tend to further make these disadvantaged learners not as excited to learn as their counterparts in the coming in the class that come from the better off or the wealthier families. Or the and then setting the tone for learning. Again, you know me, and one of my proudest achievements, which has been recognized by the assessment, is our attention to learning. We called ourselves leaders for learning. Anybody who's a principal, supervisor, superintendent, regional director is a leader for learning. We even refuse to call our task instructional leadership because, yes, you can be a leader of instruction, but sometimes you get distracted if you don't call yourself you are a leader for learning. And we have established a framework, a learning focused school leadership framework that reminded our fellow principals and superintendents in Calabarzon that it pays to be very focused on learning. And the framework we have developed paid attention to the need for us to be very conspicuous in the classroom, to be present, to monitor what's happening in the different classrooms in the schools where we are assigned, for us to provide capacity building for our fellow teachers, for us to be ready to introduce or to also extend technical assistance when needed, and finally, for all of us to demonstrate good leadership behavior. And you know, on the basis of the research we made as we were developing this framework of school for learning focused school leadership, we discovered, and the result was reported by our team, I think an assistant superintendent before, but SDS now, Ellie and SDS Jimmy, they reported this in a conference in Italy, the European Conference on Education Research, that the leadership behavior, a leader who tends to be very democratic and participatory, tends to also foster commitment among teachers, also tend to be trusted by their fellow teachers. These are evidences that we have gathered as we were developing the framework. So it really pays to allow our fellow teachers to have a voice in decisions on how to proceed with the way we would face the challenges of the times, and particularly during this COVID-19 times. And finally, Di Franza also highlights the need for every teacher to analyze the unique makeup of each class. I mean, this means that the challenge is really to make sure that every fellow teacher and perhaps principal is aware of the specific needs and situations of every learner in the classroom. I I think this is something that we should really do, and hopefully in the future we will come up with like policy suggestions for the whole country to really further not just individualize, not just introduce differentiated learning, but really make learning in a personalized way. Because I think it's also obvious that the underachievers tend to get more excited to learn if they feel that they are valued. So, fellow school officials and fellow teachers, let's always remember that it's important to make the child, the every child in the classroom feel valued. We do not just value the brightest one. We do not just value the one who smells like clean. We should also learn to appreciate and value the learners who are traditionally, as I've said, underperforming. And I think the call, if we'll go back to what the international large-scale assessments have been showing and or confirmed by our national achievement test results, every learner has to be allowed to bloom. And this will require personalized attention from the teachers. And then again, the message that everybody is capable of achieving if effort is exerted is very important. This brings me to my last point on the so-called growth mindset. You know, it's also very important to first and foremost make very clear and assure every learner, every parent that every child is capable of getting transformed into the individual, into the person he he or she has been designed by God to be. Every person has not been doomed to fail. Every person, every human being is capable of achieving. Of course, even in our own work, beyond the schools, we are all capable of achieving our goals as long as we are willing to invest effort. As I said, the growth mindset is about telling ourselves that if we do something, we will continue to learn more, we will continue to become better human beings, we will continue to attain our dreams. Thank you very much po, and mabuhay.
Thank you so much, Sir Yusuf Dad San Antonio. So we will have a 10-minute Q&A portion. So while waiting for their comments, so let me just give some points po, no, for reflection.
Na-mute ka, Jean. Jean, na-mute
Yes,
ka.
po, sorry po na mute. Yes, thank you, Sir Dads. Okay, so while waiting for the comments of some participants, let me just give you some points on Sir Dad's discussion. Uh, he discussed to us the issues on disparity and also emphasizes the equity issues inside the classroom. So it's also teachers and school leaders should look onto the multiple models or modes that should be accessed also to the learning resources. So this will be the answer disparity inside the classroom, although we are more on the side of modular approach and also on the side of online classes. So every individual or every learner has a unique learning style. So this will be the challenge also on the part of our teachers and school leaders on how we will able to reach out for the children, make them interested as well also for the parents to be interested in assisting their children in their education. Okay. So let's now see the comments po. Okay, so from the FB comment box po, I would like to say thank you daw po, Sir Yusek Das, for such very enlightening points that will help us bridge disparities, especially during this time of pandemic. Ayan. From Ma'am Celine Agdalpen, thank you rin po daw, Sir Das. Thank you so much po, Yusek Das. Yan, from Ma'am Alcaide.
So we have participants from around the region, and I noted may Bicol pa. Daraga High School is in
We
Bicol.
have each
Good morning, everyone.
region
And I'm very,
actually,
as I
Yusek.
said, very pleased to be a part of this convention. So really, the issue of gender and development is, of course, we have to take care of gender and development issues in the workplace, but we have to start with the children. So bridging or breaking disparities in the learning opportunities as very important inputs for the kind of pedagogy or teaching strategies we implement uh, for the diverse learners we have.
Yes, that's right po. We agree to that. Yan. Oh, from Ma'am Eloisa, Thank you very much for the fruitful and informative topic shared to us this morning. Ayan. Puro ano po sir, puro grateful po sila sa inyong mga sinabi. Although very short po yung interaction natin with you sir, but marami po silang natutunan. Grabe. Ayan, naku, mabilis ang ating grabe po. Galing po talaga ni Yusek. Here talaga po sa pakikinig sa iyo. Yan. From Ma'am Mildred Aranas. Ayan.
Hi, Mildred.
Siguro if we have still time pa po, no, di ba? Mas maganda
So,
sana
lang,
na ma-discuss further pa po about that.
Ang ano ko is ano na lang, additional points. Let me invite, for my final words, let me invite and reiterate my call for a riot. I've been talking about this. During this COVID-19 pandemic, I am inviting people to join me in creating a riot. You know, there's always an acronym for the many beautiful things we want to do. So when you create a riot, this is not the riot that will bring chaos to our lives or to our schools. Riot is about being respectful. And when we are respectful, we never consider ourselves as the only source of beautiful ideas. When we are respectful, we acknowledge that others, even the children from the traditionally underachieving group, are capable of sharing wonderful ideas in the classroom. And in our organizations, this also means that even the utility worker, the clerk, can also come up with brilliant ideas on how we can be more efficient and be able to render better public service. I is clarifying our intentions, intentionality in doing certain things, making sure that everything we wish to do is not anchored on glorifying ourselves, but being able to serve others better. O is being optimistic. When you are optimistic, again, this reinforces my point on the so-called growth mindset. When we are optimistic, we know that if we do something, there will always be a hopefully better consequences, a consequence that will bring us closer to our goals. And T in that is to trust. Personally, I always trust people I meet for the first time. Assume they're trustworthy until they prove that they are not worthy. We do not exert inhibitions, or we do not actually limit, constrain our efforts because we will say, baka ano ito, manluloko, or baka ito ay tamad, etc. When we trust, we assume that everybody is a professional, desirous to be a part in efforts to make sure that the public service we offer, if we are officials or even teachers, is transparent, ethical, and accountable. So governance will never be forgotten by me, and I hope that everybody else in Calabarzon will continue to be transparent, ethical, and accountable. Thank you very much once again, and mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you, Yusek Dads. We will never forget your T, governance. No po. And don't also forget the riot, respect, clarify intentions, optimistic, and trust. Okay. Thank you, Sir Dads. So please wait lang po, Sir Dads. Meron po tayong presentation of the certificate for you. Let me just call Ma'am Gisela Olpina for the presentation of the certificate to Yusek Diosdado Dad San Antonio.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Elaine. Thank you, Sir Dads. Thank you for gracing our GAD occasion, GAD convention. Ang aming mga top management po ay nag-attend na ng CORO interfacing, kaya po ay nasa kanilang mga virtual spaces na po sila. So, kanina nabanggit ni Sir na madali siya ay nagtitiwala, and I was so blessed na ako ay minsan pinagkatiwalaan niya ng isang malaking responsibility. Thank you, Sir, for the trust that you have given us, especially the HRDD team. So, Sir Mark, will you please flash the certificate to be awarded? Okay. Right. So, the certificate of recognition This certificate is awarded to Diosdado M. San Antonio, Undersecretary of Curriculum and Instruction, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise as a resource person during the 2020 DepEd Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Equality Embracing Challenges and the New Normal, conducted by the Department of Education, Region 4A Calabarzon through the Human Resource and Development Division on December 3 to 4, 2020 via Facebook and YouTube Live. Given this third day of December 2020 through Facebook and YouTube Live. Signed, our Regional Director, Wilfredo E. Cabral. Okay, let us give a virtual clap to our former RD and youth set of the curriculum right now. Thank you, sir, for be with us this occasion. We will just be sending your certificate
And
through email
that is
po.
us all. Okay. Thank you. Have a productive God convention. Bye-bye.
Right po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Gisela, for that presentation of the certificate to Sir Dad's USEC Dad's San Antonio. Okay, now let's move on to the next topic. Our topic is about the fostering safe learning environment for learners in the digital world. So our resource person or resource speaker obtained his degree Doctor of Education major in Educational Management and Master's degree or Master of Arts in Education major in Curriculum Studies at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He also obtained a special certificate in language teaching at the English Language Center in full scholarship from the Malaysian Technical Corporation program and certificate in management and leadership at the University of through the Japan International Corporation Agency. He has received awards as a teacher, including R. Calabarzon's Gawad Patnugot and Metro Bank Foundation's Search for Outstanding Teacher. He is a former education program supervisor and chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division in the Schools Division Office of Antipolo and worked on various researches, innovation projects, publications, policy, and framework development. Again, to talk about the fostering safe learning environment for learners in the digital world, let us all welcome the OIC, Director 3 of the Bureau of Learning Delivery, Director Lito A. Palomar. Good morning po, Sir Lito. Good morning po, Director Lito. Okay. So while waiting for Director Lito to come in, so for the questions again po ng ating mga participants, you may chat po sa ating chat box sa right side po ninyo. For those watching sa YouTube po, meron po tayong chat box sa side. And for the Facebook po, we also have so ayan. Let us just go over on the comments box. Baka po meron tayong mga recently comments. Ayan. So they are all, marami po yung nagpapa-thank you kay Sir Dads for sharing informative topic. Ayan. So from Sir Angel Angelo, watching from SDO Santa Rosa. Hi. So from Ma'am Nora Gilo, thank you so much, Sir Dads. Ma'am Sir Felicissimo, is that right? Maranya, thanks so much, Yusek Dad San Antonio. Can you give some points of or pounds to mainstream the learners in normal pandemic? So I think Sir Dad will be giving us a copy or a handout po later on. Sabi niya naman po kanina, he promised to us. Ayan. And then from, let's read the below pa. Ayan, wala. From above po, ayan. Thank you so much, Sir Das, for the fruitful topic. God bless po. Very informative. This pandemic made us realize a lot of things, and hopefully, we as educators can help out in addressing these disparities. Yes, you're right, Ma'am Monette Delantar. So, very challenging talaga po on the part of us, especially the teachers. No po, medyo mahirap po talaga in this time of pandemic that we cannot to face interaction with our students, only virtual. Napakahirap po talaga, especially those students na talagang in need po, no? May need po sila at meron po silang struggle or difficulty in learning. So, mahirap po talaga mag-reach out, and especially for the parents as well na nahihirapan din in this time of pandemic because they are also have focus or have at the same time work at home, sabi nga natin, and working as well with their children. So, napakahirap, no? Ako po, ranas ko po yon as a parent na after work, I have to tend to my children and assist them on their online class or modular. So, yung bunso ko, it's modular po siya. So, every now and then, we have to check. So, sabi nga ni Sir Dads kanina, no, yung challenge on the part of the parents as well as being the teacher inside their home is very challenging in this time of pandemic. Ayan. So more on the see po yung mga comments pa. Sabi nga again ni Sir Dads kanina, unique ang approach, no? Iba't ibang approach dapat for every learner kasi may kanya-kanya talaga po silang needs. Ayan. Sir Lito is now with us. Again, good morning, Sir Lito. As the fostering safe learning environment for learners in the digital world, may we Director Lito A. Palomar.
Hello, good
Good
morning,
morning
Ma'am.
po, sir.
Okay, magandang umaga din po sa ating lahat sa Calabarzon, sa ating regional director po, sa ating assistant regional director and the rest po. Pati yung team natin sa GAD, no, especially si Ma'am Nadine ang ating focal person. Good morning. So, ako po ay naatasan na mag-discuss sa inyo ng fostering po a safe learning environment for our learners in the digital age or digital world. Are we ready na po to start the presentation? Kasi okay, medyo tutok na tutok sa ano. Again, good morning to everyone. I'm not really sure if there are parents also watching with us right now, but I'll try to discuss the topic kasi in various contexts kasi uh, when we talk of fostering parang a safe learning environment, the expectation agad is for the teachers, no, to parang to come up with guidelines, safety precaution, and everything. But this is a collaborative effort from everyone, no. So from the central office down to the classroom level. So I'll try to discuss the topic in different contexts, no, and um, siguro I can share my screen right now if okay na po ang ano. Okay. Okay. You can just tell me po sa chat or doon sa ating Facebook Live. I'll try to monitor ano po through our Facebook Live kung okay yung ating connection. Baka kasi tayo ay maputol. And I hope you are learning a lot, no, since this morning. For a while lang po. Okay, just to make sure we are ano po. Yeah. So if you have any comments or questions para makatipid tayo sa oras, you can just comment doon sa ating live Facebook ano po, live stream. So I can answer, maging proactive tayo sa questions so that we can save time later for the Q&A. I will provide also the copy of the presentation to the team kung gusto natin ng copy. So again, good morning to all. So we will try to navigate the new normal on the topic fostering safe learning environment for learners in the digital world. So again, I am Sir Lito Palomar. So to start with, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, I'll try to discuss kasi the topic in various contexts because when we talk of safety learning environment, the expectation is just for the teachers, no, to to make the classroom, even its virtual classroom, safe for all learners. But it's actually a collaborative effort of everyone. And so from the central office, regional office, division office, the school. And so we have to look into these three overlapping circles, no, I think, na magko-contribute sa pag-provide ng safe learning environment. As you can see, the first circle is all about the mandate, policies, organizational framework, our RAT plan, no, that defines the role of each personnel ano ba talaga yung role mo at ano yung contribution mo, your TORs, in terms of reference. Of course, we have the PPST. Alam natin that provision of positive learning environment is also included in the PPST as an indicator for teachers. Kalalabas lang ng ating DepEd order for the Philippine Professional uh, Standards for school heads and for supervisors. And kung ma-browse natin doon, nakita natin doon na isa sa mga indicators din sa mga standards, yung pag-maintain at pag-ensure ng safe learning environment. So it's part of our job really to make sure that the learning environment for our kids are safe, no? Yung mga learning environments kailangan. It's not just the physical learning environment kasi depende sa sa modality na meron na tayo ngayon. Specifically if we are using online learning or a combination of online, television, kahit may combination pa siya ng modular. It is our mandate, it is in the standards that we maintain a safe learning environment for everyone. Also, we will talk about quality management system or QMS. I know a lot of SDOs in Calabarzon are already ISO certified and the region itself is also certified. And I put in this circle because I'd like to know how the SDOs, if there are schools, ISO certified schools in the region, as well as the um, Calabarzon as a region, um, has prioritized the provision of safe learning environment in terms of the process flow? Is it included in the tools? Is it included in the risk and opportunities of the processes? Is it included as an indicator of effectiveness or probably efficiency? Or is it part of the customer satisfaction? I know yung siguro kasama if nasa school level, yung sa customer satisfaction, kasama yung evaluation natin ng ating um, mga S, no? Yung mga natin. And of course, the LCP, the Learning Continuity Plan, we would like to know how the schools, the SDOs, and the regions have articulated in the LCPs the safe learning environment, no? Talking about risk and severity of health, as risk severity and health protocols, the learning outcomes, how are we expecting safe learning environment to impact learning outcomes, how is learning environment articulated and ensured yung safety niya across modalities and strategies. Are teachers ready and prepared? No, baka may expectations tayo sa teachers natin but they are not yet ready to provide safe learning environment, especially in a virtual environment na halos bago lang din sa lahat. So we would like to know how as our part bilang parte ng SDO ng organization ng SDO in a region, how are we preparing our teachers, no? Hindi lang sapat yung training about the modalities. It's not just about the psychosocial support, but of course the readiness, specifically in making our learning environment safe. What are the emerging behaviors, no, in relation to learning environment, which I will tackle later, and of course the support system. Kung tayo um, nasa SDO level tayo or the school level tayo, anong support na nakukuha natin from the OSDS kasi nandiyan yung ating ITO and of course the SGOD in terms of M&E, social mobilization, etc. etc. So ano yung mga support na nakukuha natin dyan, and this has to be defined in our efforts to provide safe learning environment. So don't just expect teachers to provide this. It is the responsibility of everyone, and to be able to implement this appropriately, siguro, we just have to ensure that the provision of safe learning environments actually articulated in our mandate, in our QMS, and our LCP. Of course, you have your regional framework in Calabarzon. Nakita ko yung regional framework natin. And how safe learning environment is articulated using the regional framework. That is also something that we have to look into. So again, the provision of safe learning environment is not just expected for our teachers to have, but the support coming from the central office in terms of policies, sa regional office natin in terms of the framework nga you have provided, the SDO in terms of support, and of course the schools, no, whatever plans you have in your LCP that has to uh, provide support also in the provision of safe learning environment. So again, this is everybody's concern. Now, what are the key elements of digital citizenship according to UNESCO? Kasi we're talking about safe learning environment. Paano nagiging safe in terms din sa mga aggressions, dun sa mga risk, no? Kasi si UNESCO ay nag-define ng digital citizenship, no? Ng key elements sa digital citizenship. And our topic for today about provision of a safe learning environment for our kids is just one of the key elements, of the four key elements of digital citizenship according to UNESCO, and that is safety and protection. So if we do have efforts to keep our learning environment safe and protected, or our kids protected, this is just one of the key elements of digital citizenship according to UNESCO. And we have to embed and infuse some other key elements to ensure that um, our kids are safe, no, in the digital world. And this includes benefits of ICT or online participation. Paano ba tayo nag-benefit? Kasi baka recently lang natin na-realize the benefits of ICT because of distance learning, no, modalities. But we have to look into the benefits kasi nakatuhog siya sa safety and protection. What amount of benefits do we want to explore using the ICT, and that predicts the kind of safety and protection, no, that we can provide to our learners. Of course, yung responsible and ethical behavior is correlated and intertwined dun sa safety and protection. At up to what extent kasi natin pinapagamit ng digital devices or online platforms yung ating mga anak, no, yung ating mga kids, at how do they respond, no, doon sa ano yung nagiging behavior nila towards online learning, towards the digital yung digitization ng ating mga tools. Kaya kanina doon sa circle nakita natin that there are emerging behaviors. Say for example, there are kids who are very active and participative in a face-to-face learning setup, pero biglang nababago yung kanyang behavior nung nagkaroon na ng distance learning, specifically yung online learning or blended ng digital media. So, nagkakaroon ng pagbabago sa behavior, nagkakaroon ng emergence of new behavior perhaps, and that has to be, these behaviors have to be identified, no, and addressed, especially if this is related to exploring the digital world, no, yung sa digital age natin. And of course, yung values reinforcement. How do we reinforce values, no? Kasi nandun sa digital world, no, doon sa topic natin. So, paano na-inculcate yung values? It's not just about responsible and ethical behavior, pero paano na-retain yung values? Sinasabi natin kasi that technology, parang we're so amazed, we're so engrossed with technology, with the digital world, as if it's already the curriculum, as if it's already everything. But we have to remember that the technology, no, the internet, these are just tools. These are just tools. These are just equipment. No, sila lang yung nagdo-drive, but hindi ito yung puso ng edukasyon. And we still maintain that the heart of education is the education of the heart. And therefore, we reinforce values through the use of technology in the digital world. I would like to share with you the key elements in digital citizenship as explored by UNESCO. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 countries in the Asian Pacific. In-assess nila kung nasaan na ang mga bansang ito. I'm giving you the global and national situationer. Kung nasaan na ang mga bansang ito in terms of the key elements. At kung sisilipin natin yung sa Philippines, according to the study, ay may mga efforts tayo about responsible and ethical behavior, and we have efforts for safety and protection. So, ibig sabihin, sa Pilipinas, no, pa lang, in terms of protection against risk, no, sa pag-use ng digital means, ay may mga initiatives natin na tayo sa safety and protection ng learning environment, no. However, we have to emphasize um, na mas mapalalim pa kung ano yung benefits ng ICT para hindi siya parang nasa surface lang. Ano ba yung kailangan natin makuha sa ICT? No? So, ano ba yung kailangan natin makuha sa digital world or digital education? So it's more than just, sinasabi ko nga kanina, we have to go beyond using the tool. So what are these benefits? That is something that we have to parang go over and realize. And of course, values reinforcement, no? Sad to say, medyo siguro yung real talk, no, ang daming bashers sa Philippines. And this might be a reflection of how our values are employed or applied in our interaction through social media and the use of the of online platforms, several online platforms. And we have to redirect, the values formation that the Philippines is actually a country of believers and not bashers, no? By maintaining the Filipino values, the authentic Filipino values in everything we do in the digital platform. So these are the key elements as analyzed, by UNESCO in some Asian countries in the Pacific. No? At ito yung status ng Philippines right now. The EU Kids Online Report also shared the ladder of opportunities, yung ICT skills, makita natin yung arrow, maturing and more complex exposure and use. Ginagamit 100% for now, kaya yung sinasabi kanina, nasa na bang Pilipinas in terms of ICT benefits? Because for now, nakikita natin ang benefits ng ICT or ng digital tools natin 100% for schoolwork, no? Sa education, no, sa schoolwork and games, no. Ito yung parang common concept ng gamit ng ICT in the Philippines. And about 86% of all those countries or parang na-analyze that the benefits of online or ICT, no, are for online videos, mass medium for information and entertainment. So yung pagkuha natin ng information, nandito lang siya. 75% yung value ni ICT, yung value ng digital world in terms of communication, interaction, reading and watching news, no? Ano ba yung mga platforms na ginagamit natin for entertainment, no? If I may share mine, no, for entertainment, syempre, nandiyan ang Facebook, nandiyan ang TikTok, no? Yung news sa Twitter ako gumagamit kasi medyo mas mabilis. I find it very fast and efficient na talagang pumapasok yung news doon sa ating Twitter, talagang papasok siya. And Instagram. No? So how are we using all these digital platforms, social media networks or platforms to communicate and interact with others? 75%. Playing with others, downloading files, sharing content, 56%. Chat, file sharing, blogging, and virtual world, 23%. Also, as part of our situationer, they have identified the risks and opportunities. Ano daw yung correlation ng mga risk at opportunities? Kasi nakikita natin sa digital world, ang daming opportunities. No? So, nandyan yung, at pinag-aralan nila kung ang bata, kung paano ang pag-interact natin sa digital world, kung ang bata ay recipient, no, in terms of content, kung ang bata ay participant in terms of contact, and child is an actor in terms of conduct. So merong na-list ng mga opportunities such as education, learning, and digital literacy, participation sa civic engagement, kahit naman yung nakikita natin, no, may mga donation drives, at saka may mga efforts to help other people. So this is participation in civic engagement, creativity and self-expression, identity and social connection. Ito yung mga opportunities kasi there are a lot of kids then who cannot express themselves personally, and they are using the online platforms, the digital media, to be creative and identify and self express no yung identity nila, and of course social connection using the social media platforms. We also have risk identified according to the study in commercial risk, in spamming, advertising, sponsorship, because we do not know na kung ano-ano lang yung bigla na lang pumapasok na nag-a-advertise na nagpa-pop up, no? Nakikita natin siya as a risk kasi we can never tell kung ano yung pumapasok na advertisement, kung ano yung mga spams, kung ano yung mga sponsorships. Minsan ako nga, when I'm browsing kasi yung, if you are using Twitter, pag gumagamit ka ng Twitter and somebody is following you or you're following somebody, tapos na-retweet nila yung isang tweet, na-retweet nila, parang automatic siyang papasok doon sa notification o sa wall mo, no? So, parang kahit hindi mo siya in-expect na pumasok, bigla siyang papasok kasi ni-retweet. Ganun yung interface ni Twitter. And sometimes, hindi safe yung mga na-retweet na yon. So, ito yung isa sa mga risk ng using digital platforms. Of course, yung mga aggressive scenarios, no, or situations na yung violence, no, yung mga hateful comments nandyan, yung bullying, no, of course yung mga sexual contents, yung pornographic, if you are aware that even cartoons, no, we have to ensure positive learning environment or safe learning environment online, kasi kahit cartoon, akala natin minsan yung cartoon okay na, pero makikita natin medyo violent yung cartoons, no? May mga nilalabas na ng mga list ng mga cartoons na medyo violent at saka sexual yung tema and even the illustration, and so kailangan natin siyang bantayan. And of course, yung values, we tend to be racist, we tend to be biased sa information, may mga body shaming, yung mga etc. Mga ganyan scenario, nagre-reflect no dun yung values natin na reflect doon sa mga activities natin online. And EU Kids key findings include using the identified risk and opportunities. There has been an increase in internet use among young children as well as parents. Children's digital skills, levels of use, and combination of activities but have become increasingly individualized, privatized, and mobile. No, nag-increase na kasi lahat na gumagamit no. Parang sino ba ngayon kahit sa ating mga teachers, sino ba ang teacher na walang at least a mobile phone, no, which is an internet. Parang halos wala na kasi lahat tayo gumagamit nito. Even modular, doon lang sa simple na text to follow up, we are still using technology. No? So medyo kailangan, and therefore the increase in use has been identified even amongst the parents. Number two, the risk exposure differs across socioeconomic status, age, access regulation, awareness, and cultural values. So nababago yung risk depende sa socioeconomic status. According to age, according to access. No, at one point, I know this might be something to talk about, no, but when your children, and that is the reason why we ask parents to parang regulate the use of technology and i-assist yung kanilang mga anak kasi if our children are below 18 years old and they have their own social media accounts, at one point medyo nag-lie sila doon sa pag fill out nung form, because there are some social media accounts that will not allow children under the age of 18. So kung magkaroon man for educational purposes, I hope that parents are there to assist, or even teachers, no? Meron kasing mga teachers na sila na mismo yung gumagawa ng email ad at ng account ng kanilang mga estudyante. And I think that is a good practice because doon nga sa point na yon, when our children are actually creating their own, when in fact they're not supposed to, because of the age restrictions, no, medyo kailangan nating tingnan yan, and teachers creating the accounts for their students and parents creating the account for their children is a very good practice para na monitor at na moderate natin and na-regulate natin yung use ng mga social media platforms. And there is a positive correlation between opportunities and risk. Ano yung mga risk? Our children tend to give out information. Madali silang magbigay ng info, madali silang siguro yung gamitin natin yung term na medyo maloko or mabudol ba or somewhat, no, na mabigay yung address, mabigay yung name, mabigay yung lalo na kung hindi nila kilala yung mga so kailangan bantayan natin. Of course, sinabi ko kanina yung pornography, bigla na lang ipa-pop out, no? Tapos, ano pa sila, yung medyo nagbi-blink pa sila, no, na hindi mo alam. Minsan napipindot ng anak mo, that's why, minsan nga, there was an instance na bigla siyang napindot, I don't know what happened. Pag nag-screen sharing, may lumabas na notification. I think this is a dating app. So we have to be very watchful doon sa mga ganung and violent and hateful comments, no, yung mga comments, mga nagbubully na sila doon sa comment section and meeting an online contact offline. Since nagbigay ng information, mag-meet na sila online contact. Even my son, may access kasi siya sa Facebook ko and may access siya sa pag nililink na niya si Lazada, so nag-order na lang siya sa Lazada. So I really have to monitor. Kasi minsan pupunta na siya sa gate and then nandun na i-meet na lang niya yung nagde-deliver. So still stranger pa rin yun. Kailangan pa rin natin siyang i-monitor. So there are incidents where our children are meeting their online contacts offline. So somewhere. So kailangan medyo natin siya dyan, kailangan natin siyang bantayan. And of course, provision of support and mediation for coping in online risk. Kailangan alam ng parent, ng teacher, no, at kung sino man yung kasama sa bahay. Pati nga yung sinasabi ko kanina, no, na region, SDO, in the school level, ano yung klaseng support na kaya nating i-provide at mediation para makakope yung mga mag-aaral natin sa mga online risk na sinabi natin or na-identify natin. Sa Philippines, yung setting natin, ito yung based sa study ng Kantar, 2019 media trends ng Kantar. Ito yung common access to media ng Filipinos at pinakamarami diyan yung 88% yung sinasabi na meron silang TV. No, yung may cable, may satellite, 47%. Even commercials sa television, minsan nagpa-pop out na lang siya. And there are commercials kahit na meron diyang rated PG or something. Still, pag bigla siya nag-pop out and hindi appropriate sa kid, that is also a risk. So, kailangan tingnan din natin siya. With digital TV connection, satellite cable, pati yung mga access sa internet. Remember, kita natin sa pinakababa, we have 56%. So, our kids are really into accessing internet at home. This, I also included it in the presentation because I think this is an important situation for all of us to see that based on the LESF or the learners, yung survey form natin during the enrollment, tiningnan natin kung ano yung data ng father, yung employment status niya, full-time, part-time, self-employed, unemployed, and not working. And this is important because nakita natin na sino yung kasama niya sa bahay na magmo-monitor. So I think that's important also to know. The parent or the guardian information, sino yung mga nagstay sa bahay, and we are assuming that they are monitoring their children because they are working at home. So ito yung data natin. Also, the mother's information, nilagay natin siya because I feel like it's important that we also note kung sino yung kasama ng bata sa bahay to monitor. habang nag-online class yung bata. Yan, and the mother's information. So medyo malaki-laki yung bulk nung mga mother na nandun sa sa bahay, no? And father because of of ECQ yung work nila. Bilang ang household member who can provide instructional support to child's distance learning, inano natin sa parents, elder siblings, grandparent, extended members. I think this is important because we have to know the extent of knowledge ng mga kasama sa bahay in terms of monitoring, moderating, and regulating the use of internet amongst our learners. And of course, ano yung tinanong din natin, what distance learning modalities do you prefer for your child? At makita natin na although malaki yung modular, but as a situationer, makita natin yung online, 3 million pa rin. Yung TV is 1 million pa rin. And the combination of face-to-face and other modalities, including online, TV, ay 3 million. Medyo malaki-laki pa rin siya. At makita natin almost 50% pa rin ng learners natin na sumagot doon sa ating LESF, no, ay may potential na makuha yung risk, no, sa digital platform. The Philippines, the inclusion of child online protection provision is newly passed kay Internet and Public. Ito naman yung mga response ng Philippines natin. Nag-approve na yung government and national response plan to prevent and address child online sexual exploitation and abuse. At may mga modules na tayo on child online protection for family court judges and engagement with business and industries to increase awareness and accountability to mitigate online risk and optimize opportunities for children. UNICEF Philippines also recommends that more should be done. Although may mga efforts tayo, nag-recommend pa rin si UNICEF, no, that there has to be more pa, no, actions to be done. And these are the enhanced cooperation, collaboration between interagency councils against child pornography and trafficking. Dahil medyo malaki yung case natin ng pornography and trafficking. Increase investment for targeted advocacy, expand competency development, integrate parenting support and interventions, which are actually basic, no? Practical recommendations to help guide more effective policy making. Again, because we have CO, RO, and SDO context, we have to really be specific, no, sa role natin in terms of policy making and practice, yung mga practice natin ng keeping our learning environment safe. Provide all children with affordable access to high quality online resources. Mas mataas yung quality ng online resources, mas safe. That's the assumption. Protect children from harm online, including abuse, exploitation, etc. And exposure to unsuitable materials. I-safeguard natin children's privacy and identities online, no? Kung may mga Facebook accounts yung mga anak natin, mga children natin, i-minimize natin yung information. Kung tayo ay naglalagay ng mga maraming information at ginagawa natin siyang public, no, nilalagay natin dun sa ating mga Facebook accounts, ibahin natin yung bata because this is parang potentially, no, ma-abuse sila because of the information they are divulging online. Kung tayo ginagawa nating resume ang info natin sa Facebook, no, sa atin lang yon. Yung bata medyo natin, i-minimize natin yung information, especially if they have their own accounts. Safeguard children's policy, privacy and identities online. May mga laws tayo na nag-govern kung kailangan i-post sa mga pictures ng bata, no, especially kung yung inclusivity pati, no, kung if they belong to indigenous people, kung sila ba ay children with special needs, no, yung mga LWDs natin. So may mga law na nagagabay nito. And this is also something that we have to know to protect them. Teach digital literacy to keep children informed, engaged, and safe online. And this includes the values, yung pag-share pa ng mga fake news. It is included in digital literacy. Leverage the power of private sector to advance ethical standards and practices that protect and benefit the children online and put children at the center of digital literacy, digital policy. Bakit natin kailangan ilagay ang bata sa gitna ng digital policy making natin, even if we contextualize policy in the division and in the region, because internet was first created for adults. para siya sa adults, no? Originally created for adults. And therefore, the interface ay pang-adult. And although nag-shift tayo sa medyo mas makabatang interface ng mga digital policies and digital applications, we still have to look into putting the children sa middle ng digital policy formulation. Sa ating OUCI Memorandum 37, yung academic keys natin, pati yung 162, suggested measures. 37 is to foster academic ease, and 162 is the implementation of distance learning modalities, at ni-recommend natin to protect our children, especially yung kanilang well-being, yung screen time guidelines by age. No, we have to remember that toddlers, yung 18 months to 24 months, with little no screen time recommended, so medyo less than an hour. For preschoolers, so meron tayong up to 1 hour per day is fine. No, healthy pa siya for preschoolers. For age 6 to 10, we have 1 to 1.5 hours per day. And for middle school age children, we have, or 11 years old to 13, we have up to 2 hours per day. Tapos, nag-recommend tayo sa senior high school about 4 hours, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, para makita ma-maintain natin yung safety nila tsaka yung health nila, no, sa against dun sa sa blue light na ina-emit ng kanilang mga screens. So nilagay natin to as a matter of policy. And everyone in the family, no, yung communal screen activities, tinitingnan din natin siya, and we also manage screen time at home, no, hindi lang dun sa school. I think it's the duty of the teachers also to inform the parents that they also have to manage screen time at home. So monitoring time on devices via screen time tracking and parental control apps like Zift and Screen Time. So nakita natin naka-underline si Screen Time at saka si Zift. We can download these applications para mabigyan natin ng screen time tracking at saka lock yung mga devices ng ating mga anak to ensure na katulad nung anak ko, meron siyang time for online learning, tapos minsan nagmo-mobile gaming din siya. And these applications are actually helpful para pag sinabi mo doon sa anak mo na 1 hour ka lang maglalaro o dun sa bata, 1 hour lang talaga at tapos mag-aano na siya, mag-shutdown na siya ng kusa yung nilalaro niya. And balancing exposure by implementing the earned screen time by complementing or completing homework, finishing chores, brushing teeth, etc. I only have 30 minutes to share with you all these strategies, no? And I hope we are learning something out of this. For teachers, we have gathered the best practice, nag-interview tayo. So far, ano yung mga ginagawa nila sa DLDM? And we're talking about online learning based doon sa mga SDOs and regions na nakakasalamuhan natin. And one good thing, no, na best practice that we can do is establishing norms to keep our learning environments safe. Use names daw. Using a person's name when you respond to his or her posting creates a friendly online tone. So you ensure that they are using their real name pag nasa online classroom. Read questions and conversational postings carefully to avoid unnecessary confusion. Baka kasi ma-confuse tayo, hindi natin masyado naiintindihan yung conversational post, yung mga post nila, no? So, or questions nila. So you read them twice or thrice. Minsan nagkakaroon ng hindi tamang interpretation at bigla tayo nagko-comment na hindi tama. Compliment your peers when they post strong responses or contribute original ideas to conversation. So i-ano natin doon sa mga students natin or learners natin to also compliment their peers, because this is also parang positive feedback. And the same manner na nagkakaroon ng positive interaction amongst learners. Ask questions. If anything is unclear or you want further information inside our topic, just ask. Kahit tayo mga teachers, pag may meeting tapos hindi natin naiintindihan masyado, no? At hindi talaga natin na-digest yung mga sinasabi during the meeting, we tend to post kasi our hugots online. Na bakit si ganito, ganyan, bakit may ganyan, ganyan, bakit si ganyan, ganyan. At yung mga pinopost natin ng mga ganito, and I feel like kulang lang siguro sa information, or probably we can ask questions to clarify all this. At applicable din siya sa bata, no? We encourage them to ask questions. Also, be considerate. Remember that your peers cannot see your body language or your tone of voice, so you need to keep your language direct and respectful. Lalo na kung there is this parang rule na much as you would like to see their camera, or their face on cameras, but you still have to seek permission kasi, no? If they can open their camera. Kahit sa mga Zoom meetings natin, no? It's kaya siya may option na you turn off your camera upon entrance, no, doon upon joining at least a Zoom meeting, or yung Google Meet. Kaya siya may option to turn off your camera because it is a protocol, no, that you ask permission to open a camera for interaction. Respond pati yung recording, no, there is also a rule that that before we record we ask permission, kahit even if we are in the Google Classroom or whatever LMS, we ask permission to record muna. Respond instead of reacting. Do not write a response if you're angry or upset. So, maintain natin siya. Kasi iba yung nasasabi natin kapag galit tayo. Critique the content, not the person. Iba-iba ang how do we maintain that safe learning environment in critiquing. You judge the action, not the person. You critique the content, not the person. Dahil ang point of view ay pwedeng mabago, no, depende sa sitwasyon. Pag nag-lecture tayo sa research, we always say na if you ask a perception ng bata na sa isang magandang classroom, no, at ito yung perception niya, i-try mo siyang mag-try ka na mag-klase sa isang classroom na medyo mainit, mababago yung perception, no? So, ibig sabihin, opinions, perceptions, content changes, no, depende sa sitwasyon, depende sa mga conditions, and therefore we critique the content and not the person. We don't attack the person. Don't use all caps when writing. This is also a protocol because it is interpreted as yelling. No? Instead of just distributing their own list of guidelines, or yes, some teachers may want to have their students participate in creating a class contract or agree on online behavior. So pwedeng sila mismo, you ask them to create their own online guidelines, no? Instead of you feeding them that these are the guidelines, these are the list of behaviors we have to follow, you might want to ask them to develop their own. And such contract can create a stronger incentive for students to maintain safe online space. I want to share with you some apps you can use as teachers, not only maintaining a positive learning environment, but also in maximizing learning, because we again keeping the learning environment safe is just one of the key indicators or key factors of digital citizenship. And we also have to remember na meron pang ibang key components na pwedeng mag-interact doon sa ating provision ng safe learning environment. And if these apps are helpful, then pwede natin silang explore. If you want to teach our children in the cognitive process dimension, a sense of remembering, the skill of remembering, we might want to use the following. So we have the Flickr, Kobo cards, Google Calendar, etc., etc. If you want to cultivate understanding, Footnote, Jeopardy Labs, Twitter, Sketchcast, Footnote, these are the apps. If you want to maintain, again, applying as a skill, you can use Community Walk, Evernote, Picasa, Historic Tale Construction, Tuxedo, Scribble Maps. Also, if you want to cultivate evaluating, mahalaga yung evaluation is you are parang equipping them to decide and pass on judgment based on a certain criteria. You can use iRubric, Skype, Paul Daddy, YouTube, and Quizlet.com. For creating, you can use Animoto, Blogger, Doublebird, Blogster, Prezi. No, this is well known because spaces for everyone. And these are the 21st century skills and literacies that we can also cultivate and maintaining a healthy, safe learning environment amongst the kids. Because one good step no, to maintain a safe learning environment is to cultivate literacy. Kasi hindi naman araw-araw tayong nakabantay sa ating mga anak at sa ating mga kids, sa ating mga learners. And therefore, we have to cultivate that sense of literacy amongst them that even without us, they can be independent learners aware of various literacy. These are the tools we can use. Information literacy, ito yung mga pwede natin gamitin. These are downloadable apps. Media literacy, network literacy for networking, no? Global literacy for critical thinking. Ito din yung mga apps na pwedeng gamitin. Communication and collaboration, these are the applications we can use. Best practices for parents. Also, if we have parents watching with us right now, you may already have rules around device and internet use, but you can discuss how these new scenarios will affect your current rules and establish clear guidelines. Pag nag-set ka ng rules na 3 hours, 3 hours lang yung pag-engage na digitally, tapos bigla siyang nag 4 hours, o baguhin mo yung rule, no? Pwede mo siyang gawin para mapakita mo na hindi biro-biro lang yung following the screen time, no? Sige, sumobra ka, i-decrease natin siya sa 2 hours na lang. So yung mga ganyan. If your child is doing virtual learning, be sure to connect with their teacher and school to get the specifications of what software and platforms they will be using and familiarize yourself with them. Nahuli ko one time yung anak ko. May online learning tapos may isang tab for games. No? So, we have to communicate kasi parang pag hindi na niya turn mag-recite, ino-open niya yung isang tab, no? And we have to be parang watchful no doon sa mga ganong bagay, no? So we have to communicate ano lang ba talaga yung mga kailangan naka-open na tabs, ano ba yung kailangan naka-open na apps, and we have to communicate to our teachers. And I am again meron tayong weekly home learning plan. We can communicate. We call this love letter to our parents, no? We have to be in constant exchange of love letters to our parents para alam natin kung ano as teachers and probably as principals also para malaman natin kung ano talaga yung dapat gamitin ng anak natin. In terms of speaking of software and platforms, and keep your kids on schedule with their virtual learning online activities so you know when and what they are doing. So kailangan naka-activity siya. Kung pwedeng may calendar siya doon, tapos lagay natin doon until what time, ano yung subject na to, and ganyan. And be sure to include time away from devices in the schedule. Meron tayong 2020 rule, 20-20-20 rule na nilagay din doon sa ating policy, sa DMCI 37 Academic East and 162, na aside from the screen time kasi, we can ask our children to to parang stay away from their devices every 20 minutes at tumingin sila 20 meters away for at least 20 seconds. At ito ay helpful sa mata ng ating mga estudyante. That's 20-20-20 rules. Have a break away from your device every 20 minutes. Tumingin ka at least 20 meters far and for at least 20 seconds. For our learners, we ask them to be proactive. They're independent learners. Use VPN to hide your IP. Yung mga IPs natin, by far the best tip for safe browsing. Makita natin yung HTTPS sa baba. Pag nandun na yung S means secured. So, secure siya. No? Yung S, HTTPS. So, yung mga pag-ano natin sa IP natin, so pwede natin siyang gamitin. Use TOR, security software, install most secure internet browser, regularly update your operating system, protect your password, provide the most secured password na we can provide, log out of secure websites after transaction. No, minsan Siguro kahit hindi sa learner, kahit teachers and parents, no? Kunyari, mag-open tayo ng website and then tinatamad na tayong gumawa ng account, we just open the website using our Facebook account, no, or using our Google account. So we make sure that we log out of these websites kasi naka-log in, and the risk, example na lang si Lazada, if you don't have an account, the Lazada, for example, would ask you to just log in using either your Facebook or Google account. So ito yung mga websites na we might want to log out also, no, after using, kasi naka-link siya sa iba't iba pa nating social media accounts. And of course, we have to teach our children and our independent learners na to be proactive in identifying ano yung mga websites na medyo suspicious for their own safety. So those are the best practices na nagather natin, which I think helpful in fostering safe learning environment for our kids. On the part of the region, no, doon sa mga circles na pinakita natin kanina, from region to the school level, including your LCP, your QMS, and your mandates. For our teachers, specific norms, no, na kailangan nating iset. For parents, of course, the ground rules, and for our learners to be proactive in dealing or using the digital device and or online tools natin. In closing, sorry, medyo napahaba yata. The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. And I'm always emphasizing this because it's very difficult, na mag-navigate ng ating ng new normal, but we have to make sense of the reason bakit tayo naging DepEd official, bakit tayo naging principal, supervisor, bakit tayo naging teacher, bakit tayo naging parent. At the time of pandemic, there has to be a good reason, and that will lead us to our sense of purpose, no? And with that sense of purpose, hindi tayo mabilis mapapagod, no, para sa bayan at para sa bata. So again, maraming salamat sa pag-imbita. I hope you learned something out of those. Medyo mabilis kasi we have limited time, but I hope you learned something from the presentation. Again, good morning and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Lito Palomar, for that very informative discussion on the safety in using the internet, no po, and in this time of pandemic. So just konting points po para sa ating mga viewers po or participants. So Sir Lito discussed earlier the benefits as well as the risk in using those online platforms. So as parents also and as teachers, we have to be reminded and be watchful enough para po sa ating mga learners on how to use this digital platform. So marami dyan nagpa-pop up minsan na unintentional, pero syempre it will lead to something risk on the part of the learners kasi hindi nila alam how to use it, because sabi nga ni Sir kanina earlier na this internet is talagang for the adult talaga. It's designed for the adult. So being an adult, we have to be also watchful on and guide, no, yung mahalaga po, let us guide our learners on using the different online platforms. Ayan. So let's now have the comments. Let's see po yung ating mga comments from the comment section natin. Ayan, tingnan po natin. Baka po may mga questions po kayo ating chat box. Okay. So sabi ni Ma'am Marita Puntalan, thank you very much po, Director Lito Palomar, for sharing your expertise with us. God bless po. Ayan. And then, sir, meron po kasi ditong PM din sa kina-clarify lang po niya, siya isang teacher po from the STO Santa Rosa. According to her, is it safe daw po to request the full name or the real name of the students to use in the social media groups like FB groups or the likes. Kasi syempre, parang yun yung pinaka means of communication nila, madaling communication in with their students. Is it okay or safe to to request for their
Yeah,
real
yeah.
names kasi with their real profile, especially FB group, pag hindi po kasi ginagamit real profile pics or real full name, di po tinatanggap ni teachers sa group. Po natin sila mabibigyan ng advice.
Okay, as kasi meron tayong child protection policy, at saka yung Data Privacy Act. And some information talaga hindi pwedeng ma-divulge, especially yung mga I think yung susunod na session will be able to answer this question specifically. But if the premise of the question is safe, is it okay? Is it safe? Ang tanong kasi is how safe din kasi yung kayo lang ba, secure lang ba sa within the group yung 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 social media platform na yon or yung group na yon, kung group chat man yan, sino yung nandyan, sino yung gagamit. Kasi we also have to ensure yung safety at inclusivity muna at security muna ng group na paggagamitan. No, ngayon, may risk, may danger kapag may iba ng kasama. But within the group, we first have to maintain, and I don't really feel like may danger naman doon if this is for academic purposes. Unless there are certain conditions, no, na mababiolate ng ating mga data privacy, provisions sa Data Privacy Act. So siguro doon muna. Ano yung mga conditions na to, I think ipo-provide ng mga susunod na session. So, watch out muna tayo doon sa mga, ayoko ma-preempt yung ibang sessions na susunod. Thank you.
Okay po. Thank you so much, sir, for at least answering that, addressing that question po. And then another comment from the comment section po natin, from Ma'am Melinda Marquez. Thank you so much po, Director Lito Palomar. Tunay pong malaking tulong ang lahat ng mga ito sa ating mga mag-aaral, magulang at ating mga kaguruan. Full support po talaga dapat. Thank you po ulit. Ayan. And then, very informative daw po, sabi ni Ma'am Meredith Pangpang. Another learning from you po, Sir Lito, galing ng speaker po, according to Ma'am Mildred Aranas. From Ma'am Marcel Gismundo, napaka-informative ang discussion, yung natututo tayo kung paano proteksyonan ang mga kabataan sa paggamit ng social media, magulang man o kahit mga teachers. Salamat daw po. Ayan, very po kasi yung timely ang ating discussion about the use of this internet, lalo na po in dealing with online classes. Pero actually, hindi lang po sa online classes, diba sir? Pati rin po sa modular kasi we also have to use internet connection to also browse or expound yung learnings po ng ating mga students. Ayan.
Yes po.
Okay. Ayan, wala na po ba? Puro po sila grateful po sa inyong mga share po kanina. Very informative nga po, Mamelia and timely.
Siguro if our audience would like, ma'am, if they would like to explore on some other readings on how they can truly kasi much as I would like to discuss pa the social content guidelines of DepEd. I think maganda din siya na i-infuse sa ating discussion, but because we have limited time, they might want to look into the social content guidelines. Nakalagay ito sa OUCI memorandum dated numbered kasi siya. So hanapin lang natin doon. May 9, 2020. Yung date na na-issue siya. Nandun ang social content guidelines para alam naman natin sa level natin as parents and teachers, ano ba yung appropriate for our kids kapag tayo-tayo na lang. No, kasi minsan pag tayo-tayo na lang dun sa classroom, hindi natin alam ano ba yung appropriate para dito sa batang to. Ano ba yung kasi pati yung per region, kahit na nasa Calabarzon tayo, may context yung taga Rizal, may context yung taga Quezon, may context yung taga Dasma, yung context na tinitingnan ko kasi siya, na-invite ako ng Cavite, na-invite ako ng Dasma, tinitingnan ko yung mga LCPs, tinitingnan ko yung mga processes, naiiba-iba yung context. Yun yung nakita ko, naiiba-iba yung context. So para malaman natin if certain context na kahit tayo ay nasa Cavite pero iba-iba yung SDO dyan, pwedeng iba-iba din yung context. If we want to know if our contexts are appropriate for our learners, kahit nasa isang probinsya tayo at iba-iba yung SDOs, we might want to look into the social content guidelines para mas maintindihan natin if we are doing the right things based on the context, appropriate context ng ating learners. So for additional readings yan.
Okay. Ayan, noted po yan, sir. Meron din po dito nangingi po if pwede raw po makahingi ng slide presentations nyo po, sir, yung slide decks nyo po so that they can view from time to time po yung mga binigay nyo pong sites din, no? Magaganda po yung mga sites din na binigay nyo po para din sa mga teachers and also for they can also share it for their parents, no po, yung mga teachers po natin.
Yes. Thank you. Isa-share ko kay Miss Nadine yung ating But there is a question kasi parang shinare ni Miss Nadine sa screen about 00. I don't really know if this is the 08 DO on assessment, but if the question is about parang the conduct of assessment online, depende kasi sa LMS na gagamitin natin. Google Classroom ba? Canvas ba? Moodle ba? May iba-iba siyang feature. No? Kunyari, may mga features kasi na yung assessment, pwede mo siyang asynchronous, pwede siyang i-lock for a certain period of time. No? Pwede siyang i-lock, pwede siyang kunyari, you're supposed to finish this task for 3 days. So, nakalock siya for 3 days. No? I don't know if that's the context of the question. No? Pero, again, i-refer ko naman kayo sa OUCI Memo 37 on academic ease that we provide the utmost flexibility. Yung flexibility pwede nang ibigay ng teachers. Binibigyan ng teachers ng authority ng memo na yon to have their own flexibility based sa kanilang professional judgment. Deserving ba yung bata, no? Na-enjoy yung certain flexibility na iyon. Depende yon doon sa ating professional judgment ng teacher. So pwede na silang mag-decide doon. No? So kung kailangan nyo ng justification, then explore natin si DM OUCI 37. Ito yung academic ease. Merong mga specific doon, suggestions on how to do that. Especially in the context of assessment, no? Na safe learning environment in the context of assessment. Another question nakita natin, asking how to conduct online or synchronous class. Tama ba kung MDL while other parents don't have internet connection, please give us some ideas. Asking how to conduct online or synchronous class kung MDL while other parents don't have internet connection. Kasi kung modular tayo, while other parents don't have internet connection, titingnan ko yung premise ng question para maibigay ko yung tamang sagot. Kasi pag nag-online ka na plus MDL, hindi na siya purely modular. No, ang tawag na natin dito ay blended. Blended, yes, blended na siya. So hindi na siya purely modular or hindi na siya purely online, blended na ito. How do you conduct online on synchronous class? Ganito. If the ones asking is a teacher, again, yung academic ease natin, yung 37, lagi ko kayo ibabalik doon kasi may justification kayo doon. Si DM37 at si DM162, no? Nilalagay na niya doon kung paano more or less kayo maggagawa ng class schedule, no? Kaya kanina diniscuss ko din si LCP kasi paano ina-address ni LCP yung mga ganitong usapin, no? Ano yung meron sa LCP ng school na sasagot sa tanong ni Ma'am Jenny. Kasi kung ano man yung hindi nako-cover ng policy, no, sa national level, ina-assume natin that there are unique contexts in the field. And to close the gap probably ay to look into the LCPs. Ano yung sinasabi ng LCP about Ma'am Jenny's question? Now, paano siya, again, hindi na siya purely modular. Ang tawag na natin dito ay blended. Kung kayo ay gagawa ng sarili nyong schedule, ang pwede nating isuggest is that one, i-ensure mo na, i-secure muna natin yung screen time. That's the first consideration. Ano yung screen time natin? Recommended screen time, how many hours? That includes TV po, ha? So kung nag 1 hour ka online, nag 1 hour ka TV, in between pwedeng gawin mo yung modular learning, no? Pwedeng i-break mo naman yung 4 hours, i-break mo yung 2 hours in between online, TV, and ano. So that's one strategy siguro on how we can conduct class na kino-combine natin si MDL at saka si online or synchronous learning. Kung wala po tayong internet connection, definitely hindi po tayo mag-online learning or synchronous or blended learning, kundi purely modular lang po. Yung sending of feedback, pwede lang naman po siya sa SMS, sa text messaging, but not necessarily for internet. Again, the stand of the Department of Education is firm that if there is no available internet connection, if there is no available gadget for all of us, you are not required to buy your own laptop, no? The learner, the parent, or magpakabit ng internet connection because we do have the modular distance learning modality.
All right. So
Last
thank you so
question.
much, Sir
May
Lee.
question pa ba?
Last question na po daw.
Oh, ang daming question.
Actually,
Medyo
marami.
mahaba pero oo. Pero na-enjoy natin.
Mhm.
Hi, nagka-issue po ako
But,
request ng 137.
Mhm.
Oh, I think hindi siya,
That
sorry
includes grade 9, 10, and 11.
137. Ang dami kasing dapat tanungin dito. Nanggaling ba siya sa private school, kasi college entrance, hindi ko siya masasagot. I don't really think, ma'am, that one, this is related to the topic, and two, I don't really think that I'm in the right position to answer the question because I'm from the curriculum and instruction strand, and we have a planning strand po in the Department of Education who can answer this question. Ano po. So, forgive me po for not being able to answer this question because parang sa planning ano.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay po. Yan. Okay, another po dito, sir, last siguro po ito from Sir Julius Mengulio. Maganda yung suggested screen time guidelines. Kaso po, di naman nasusunod po yun dahil sa totoo lang po, mga bata ay babad sa paggamit ng social media after online class.
Yes.
Yan.
Again, we
Problema lang po.
we maintain that these are just recommended screen time, which means to say that if we really want to maintain a healthy learning environment, we maintain doon sa mag-focus tayo sa paggamit ng screen time natin. However, there are kids na medyo mataas yung tolerance sa kaya nilang tumagal kasi iba na yung generation talaga ng kids, kaya nilang tumagal kahit noon. Pero again, nasa atin. Kaya nag-focus ang discussion natin in setting rules, in setting norms and regulations. Kasi kahit na sabihin natin mataas yung tolerance nila at hindi natin sinusunod ang screen time, hindi man natin nakikita yung effect ngayon, but eventually makikita natin yung effect ng masyadong babad na exposure sa screen ng ating computers at ang ating television. So I hope how do we institutionalize that? We make sense of of programming, yung class programming natin. We make sense of that. Kailan kung blended man, highly blended ito, kailan nagmo-module, kailan nagti-TV, kailan dapat siya nanonood ng or gumagamit ng online para masunod natin yung recommended screen time at hindi na masyadong nabababad yung ating mga learners doon sa kasi hindi siya healthy.
Yes, tama po kayo dyan, sir. And in addition to, siguro then on the part of the parents, they have to be aware then and they have to set time talaga aside from the online class. meron din sila. Oo.
Yes,
Para
yes.
dun sa
Yung anak ko, ano eh, may schedule nga din siya, hindi siya pwedeng mag-ano. Much as we would like him to enjoy mga online games, so hindi pwede pag weekdays. Tapos, kasi minsan kami naghahalaman. So, pag ano, tulog, break ka muna. Kunyari, break ka muna. Tatago yung cord. Tatago yung cord ng PC, yung power cord. Tulungan muna kami maghalaman. Ganyan. Magdilig
tama.
ka, siguro ka dyan, o yung mga ganyan. So, engage mo siya sa mga activities. Kung break niya at magluluto kayo, invite mo siya, bigyan mo siya ng tasa sa pagluluto. Pwedeng nagliligpit ng mga pinagbalatan or ano, di ba? Mag-aayos siya ng mga ingredients or what. Basta kung meron kang ibang activity na pwede mo siyang i-engage just to have a break from his use ng digital device, then you can do that. Pwede siyang gawin.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Very well said po, sir. And then, sir, stay put po muna, no? Meron lang po tayong itatawagin to present the certificate of recognition for you as our resource person for today's session on Gender and Development Convention. May I call on Ma'am Giselle Lupina to present the certificate of recognition.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Sir Lito.
Good morning, Ma'am Giselle.
Thank you po sa inyong paunlak sa aming imbitasyon ngayong GAD Convention. Really, it's very informative ang inyong mga discussion, especially to our parents. Talagang dapat gwardyahan ang ating mga bata kasi minsan kinder pa lang ay marunong nang gumamit ng social media. So at this point, we want to award a certificate of recognition to Sir Lito. Please, paki-flash na po ang ating certificate. Okay. So this certificate of recognition is awarded to Lito A. Palomar, Director 3, Bureau of Learning Delivery, in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise as resource person during the 2020 DEPED Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal, conducted by the Department of Education, Region 4A Calabarzon through the Human Resource Development Division on December 3 to 4, 2020 via Facebook and YouTube Live. Given this 3rd day of December 2020 through Facebook and YouTube Live. Signed, Regional Director Wilfredo E. Cabral. Let's give Sir Lito a virtual clap for gracing our GAD Convention. Thank you, sir, and we will just email the certificate to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much it's an honor to be invited. Welcome po.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Lito, again for your time and expertise in sharing with us about the safety environment in the field of online learning beyond online. Yes po. Next po, we will move forward to our third topic by our legal officer of DEPED Calabarzon and a child protection specialist, no other than Ms. Jocelyn L. Martin. Good morning po, Ma'am Jocelyn.
Yes, hello, good morning. Morning po. Narinig ba ako? Narinig ba? Hello, good morning po. Nakikita pero hindi siya naririnig yata. We can hear you po. Okay po. Hello. Yes po, good morning. Pwede na?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you, ma'am.
Joseph, yung PowerPoint. Okay. So, before we start po, may question akong nakita kanina regarding po doon sa Form 137. Kung saan po or sino po yung school na dapat mag-issue. So, we have to answer that para po maalis po siya doon sa ano po natin. Ang pwede ho mag-issue dun sa Form 137 is the last school kung saan po nag-attend yung bata. So yun po yung titignan natin. Kung saan po natapos yung bata, doon po sila po yung dapat nag-issue ng Form 137 para magamit po siya for application for college. Okay po. So let's start. Due to limited time po for presentation po ng about the violence against women during pandemic. So, okay. Hindi siya nagagano. F5. Okay po. So, mag-uumpisa po na tayo. Violence against women during pandemic. The Philippine Statistic Democratic of Health Survey said in 2017 na isa sa 4 na Pilipinong babae age 15 to 49 ay nakaka-experience po sila ng physical, emotional, or sexual abuse by their partner or husband. So when we say partner, not necessary po babae sa lalaki, pwede rin po ang babae sa babae. So yun po yung tinitignan natin. So, next, kasi dahil bumabilis po dahil sa time natin, during the pandemic, dahil po rito sa COVID-19, since March 2020, tumaas po mga crime natin against violence against women and their children noong March 2020 to present. Dahil po, unang-una, dahil po sa na-lockdown tayo, couples are spending more time together at their home. Nang dahil dyan, doon tayo sa mga bahay natin, hindi tayo makalabas. So, ang nangyayari, nakikita ng bawat isa yung ugali ng mag-asawa at ng mga anak nila. So, yun po yung nakikita natin. Okay? So, bakit? Bakit po marami po tayong kaso ngayon during pandemic? Dahil po for against violence. Ano po yan? Nandiyan po yung stress. Stress po tayo dahil unang-una hindi ho tayo makalabas. Hindi natin magawa yung dating ginagawa natin. Napasyal dito, pasyal doon. Some of the head of the family, nawalan po sila ng trabaho. Wala po silang trabaho dahil na sa pandemic. So, they are not required to go to office. So, hindi siya, most especially for those husband na nagtatrabaho po sa private. Kailangan, you have to work. Kung wala hong trabaho, hindi sila papasok. No work, no pay. Compare po sa atin sa government. So, pag nakikita natin, na-stress po yung mga yan. Dahil unang-una, walang pera, walang mapagkukunan, at walang pangsustento sa pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan ng bawat pamilya. Okay, so who are the victims po? Under Republic Act number 9262, sino po yung mga biktima? Is women. When we say women, ito po yung mga asawa or former wife. Women who has had a sexual or dating relationship, kung may girlfriend po sila, or live-in partner. Women with whom the abuser has a common child, regardless the child is legitimate or illegitimate, or women's child. Saan nangyayari ang violence against women and their children? Nangyayari ang violence against women and their children within, inside, or outside the residence. Pwede ho yan, nangyayari yun po yan sa school, kung saan po yung mga bata pumapasok, nangyayari yan sa mga hotels, not necessarily within the residence. Kung makikita nyo po mamaya, ang violence against women and their children, hindi lang po yan nangyayari inside or within the Philippines. Pwede rin po yan mangyari kung one of the offender is nasa ibang bansa. Which is, we will explain that later po doon po sa isang case po natin. Next, what are the types of violence? The type of violence is we have the physical violence. When we say physical violence, yun po ay may physical contact, binubugbog, sinasampal. So during pandemic, dahil po sa stress, hindi mo makalabas yung mga tao, hindi rin po makalabas yung walang trabaho yung iba, nawalan ng trabaho, limited access sa labas, wala na ho silang option. So yung stress na yon, some of the husband, nilalabas nila yung galit nila or yung stress nila through physical abuse to their partners. And not necessarily also to their partners, but also to their children. So yun yung tinitignan natin. Nagiging punching bag. Doon na nila, that's the way they release their stress or yung mga problema po nila. May sinabi nga po is that para bang in physical violence under Republic Act 9262, para matawag ka na battered wife syndrome, we have the 3 cycles na kailangan mo nating tignan. Yung 3 cycles na yon, para bang kung ngayon ka lang po, para bang not the 3 cycles of violence against or the battered wife syndrome, yun ang tinitignan natin is that kailangan sa isang relationship, pag ngayon ka lang sinampal or physically abuse your husband, hindi ka pwedeng sabihin that you are battered housewife or you are battered housewife syndrome. Kasi kailangan is may continuous or nangyari uli. Pero kung nangyari lang yan isang beses, hindi pwede. Pero regardless kung nangyari man po yan isang beses o maraming beses, it's still violence and it is against the right of woman and their children. So, huwag mo nakisayin na parang, hindi ka naman, hindi ka naman ng battered wife syndrome kasi ngayon ka lang sinapag. No, the violence regarding ones is illegal. Hindi mo natin yan kinakonsente. Okay? So, the sexual violence, we have the forcing women to watch obscene. During pandemic, wala akong ginagawa sa bahay. Nandun lang kayo. At nagiging option po ng most of the husband, nagiging option po nila is that yung sexual, doon na nilang nilalabas. Pinipilit nila yung mga asawa nila to do sexual act. Yun po yun. Yun yung isa po yun sa mga ano po nila na option para mailabas yung stress nila, which is wrong. Kung ayaw ng babae, hindi ho natin sila pwedeng pilitin. And during pandemic, tumaas yung pregnancy rate natin dahil po most of the family or wala hong ginagawa, yun, may time po sila to have sex, there's no problem with that. Pero if you use sexual abuse or you use yung sex to abuse your wife or your children, is hindi po pwede. So, during also the meeting of the DSWD, we have every Friday we have a meeting with them and we see yung rate dito sa Calabarzon dun sa mga bata na biktima ng sexual abuse ay tumaas po. Yung mga biktima ng bata na sexually abused sa bahay. Dahil po nandun po sila, which is yun po yung binabantayan nila, and then that is also one of the programs of the DSWD to protect the child and to provide the intervention or the diversion program for them to recover dun sa sexual violence. Okay? The third one, under the Republic Act 9262, is we have the psychological violence, the stalking, damage to property, repeated verbal abuse, depriving the woman to access to her family, and marital infidelity. So dito po, we have to be honest. We have to be honest na violence against women and their children ay nangyayari sa Pilipinas. But also, violence, or psychological violence, or anuman po yung violence, the husband also sometimes is a victim. At marami po akong nakikita niyan na mga husband na biktima rin ng violence. But considering that it is a Women's Day, so we have to concentrate with the violence against women against and their children. So, may ipapakita po ako sa inyo is that with regards to psychological abuse or psychological violence, parang emotional violence po yan during pandemic, makikita po natin yung mga ano po na ginagawa ng partner and everything. One of example is that may isang wife, nung magkasama sila ng husband, the wife is she trusts her husband. So during pandemic, nung nandun na sila sa loob ng bahay, si husband palaging nasa computer. Diyan palaging sinasabi ni husband, nasa computer, trabaho. Pero na-observe ni Miss, bakit tawa ng tawa yung asawa? Tawa siya ng tawa habang nag-aano siya ng internet. So pag tinatanong, bakit ka tumatawa? Hindi, nagtatawanan lang kami sa office. So si Mrs. parang hindi mapakali. Parang sinasabi niya, parang there's something wrong. Bakit? Mas maraming oras nakatutok si husband sa computer kaysa yung nakatutok siya dun sa family or dun sa mga bata. one time nalusutan ni Mrs. Dahil nag-CR or saan pumunta man si husband, nakabuksan yung computer at nakita ni Mrs. that the husband ay nakikipag-communicate siya sa isang babae na office mate niya at nung nakita niya yung conversation ay medyo hindi maganda. So yun yung inaano nila, inaano niya that na-bothered si wife. So ano ba yung dapat niyang gawin? Na para bang inano niya, she confronted the husband, dumating yung point, nag-away sila, and then nakita that the husband has a marital relationship dun sa co-office niya. So doon yung psychological or the emotional violence, violence po na emotional na nararamdaman, yung anguish, yung mga ano po, nararamdaman ng wife. So, when we say violence, psychological violence, nakikita po natin yan, not necessary po na yung sa salita lang, marami po yan na tinitignan natin, depriving also the financial or the right of the women to go to work. Yun po yun. Kung minsan may isang husband, wala man lang siyang ginawa kundi minomonitor kung saan-saan pumupunta si wife, text dito, pag hindi ka tumawag, nasan ka, mag-video call ka, bakit nasa labas ka, sinong kasama mo. So yun ay mga psychological violence. With you, I want to share with you, if you have time, especially you have computer, kung pwede lang pong basahin ho natin, yung AA versus BB, GR number 212448. Ito po ay nadesisyonan ng January 11, 2018. This is the first case with regards to psychological violence happened outside the Philippines. Okay? To give you lang po, history lang para makita po natin, is that AA and BB, nagpakasal po rito sa Pilipinas. Nagkaroon po sila ng dalawang anak, si CC and si DD. If you can observe bakit AA and BB po ang ginamit ng court, for that is to protect the identity of the parties. With regards to the violation of 9262, the confidentiality is very important. Lahat po ng records ng mga yan, hindi pa po na ilalabas. Kaya yun po ang ginagamit ng sa court, yung AA or BB, even in child abuse, to protect the parties po. Yun. So, with regards to that case, AA and BB mag-asawa, nagkaanak ng dalawa, si CC and si DD. The wife, ang trabaho po ni wife is stewardess. The husband, ang trabaho po siya ay chef. During their marriage, okay po, walang problema. The husband po, nagtrabaho po siya sa Singapore bilang chef. So, nung nasa Singapore po siya, nagkaroon po na siya ng residential rights, visa, doon na po siya nag-stay rin. And then, during that time, nagpapadala siya ng pera sa asawa niya at doon sa dalawang anak niya. Pero yung pinapadala po na pera ay limited or kulang pa po. And because of that, the wife, sa gusto niya pong matuskusan yung mga gastusin ng pamilya, ay gumawa po siya ng mga extra job, naghanap po siya ng mga other means of financial para po to support the family. So yun yung ginawa niya. Dumating yung time that the wife want to surprise the husband sa Singapore. Gusto niyang isurpresa na para to visit the husband. The point is that the wife and the children, sila po yung nasurpresa dahil po nadatnan nila, the husband, which is BBB, ay may kasama or may kinakasama po siya na Singaporean citizen. Ibig sabihin, may infidelity. So, nag-away sila dun sa Singapore, nagkasagutan, may mga physical, nag-alsabalutan si Mrs., bumalik ng Pilipinas. Nung bumalik ng Pilipinas, filed the case to the Regional Trial Court for the violation of 9262 psychological violence. Yun po yung inano niya. So when he filed, the Regional Trial Court dismissed the case. Dahil po ang sinabi ng trial court, we don't have the jurisdiction considering that the perpetrator or the offender is nasa ibang bansa at nangyari yung incident na infidelity or yung physical abuse man, nangyari siya sa labas, sa Singapore, so they dismiss the case. The wife, palaban si wife, which is very, very maganda po siya, palaban siya, the wife appeal the decision of the Regional Trial Court, diretso po siya sa Supreme Court, questioning with question about law, about jurisdiction. Ang isa sa sinabi ng ng appeal po nung the wife, it is unfair on their part na para yung batas na 9262 ang pinoprotektahan pala niya ay kung hindi within the Philippines lang, unfair, parang sinasabi natin po yung batas natin na yung mga husband na nasa ibang bansa ay pwede po sila or they have the right to enter an infidelity relationship. But the decision of the Supreme Court, ang sabi po nila, hindi po ibig sabihin na nangyari sa ibang bansa yung infidelity or yung emotional. Ang sinabi po nila, the Philippine has jurisdictions with regards to violence under number RA 9262 because what the law punish is the violence against women and their children and not the marital infidelity per se. Yung anguish, the emotion. Dahil po yung tinitignan dito is the transitory or the continuing crime which the victim suffer during that time dahil sa humiliation, emotional stress. So yun ang tinitignan na, yun ang pinapunish po ng batas. So to appreciate the case, para makita niyo po, maganda po yung pagkakadesisyon ng court hanggang dinicide po nila, I encourage you to read yung RJR number 212448 para makita po natin bakit ganun po yung naging decision. So, hindi nangyayari ang violence against women and their children sa Pilipinas lang, pwede rin po yan even outside the Philippines. The Philippine court has a jurisdiction to decide on that. The next, with regards to ito po yung sa decision nila is the element of psychological violence, 1 and 2, that is given. The offended party is a woman and their children. The woman is either their wife, former wife, a woman with whom the offender has a sexual relationship or dating relationship, or a woman with whom such offender has a common child. As for the women's child or children, they may be legitimate or illegitimate or living within or without the family dwelling. Okay? The offender, ito po yung pinakamanundan, the offender caused on a woman and their children a mental or emotional anguish. Yun po ang pinaka-importante. And the anguish is caused through public ridicule or humiliation, repeated verbal abuse, and emotional abuse, denial, social support, or custody of minor, or access to the child or similar act omission. So yun ang tinitignan. It's not the infidelity per se, but the emotional anguish of a partner of a wife and their children ang tinitignan po ng Republic Act 9262 with regards to psychological violence. The next, economic abuse under 9262, yung po yun, yung withdrawal of the financial support, preventing her from engaging in a legitimate professional business or activity, deprivation or threat on financial resources, and the right to use conjugal community that is considered as an economic abuse. No? Kinokontrol ang financial, nagtatrabaho si husband, pag-uwi, ito lang ang ilang 200, pagkain ninyo na sa isang araw, that is considered as an economic abuse. Dahil yung dalawang 200, discussion ba yan sa isang araw? Especially if you have 2 or 3 children. Hindi po yan, sa mahal po ng bilihin. Okay. So dito po tayo, some symptoms of domestic violence. Itong some symptoms of domestic violence by Goldsmith, at nakikita rin po yung mga yung symptoms na yan doon sa mga decision issued by the Supreme Court, the jurisprudence, yung mga anxiety, yun po yun, yung anxiety na if the wife or their children is victim of violence by their partners or by their fathers, the anxiety was there. Constant state of alertness makes it difficult for them to relax or sleep. If kayo po ay very observant, especially if you're in the school, the principal or your co-teachers, yun po, makikita nyo po kung yung isa sa mga bata or the wife or some of the teachers are victim po ng violence, na kung yung hahawakan nyo lang po sila, bigla silang gumigilid or bigla silang gumagalaw na para bang iiwas na may takot, that is one of the symptoms. Kaya pag nakita po natin yon, we have to do something to help those victims. It's either the wife or the children. Alamin natin bakit biglang hahawakan mo lang. nag-aano po siya. Isa po yan sa mga symptoms dahil natatakot sila na baka po it's either physical abuse, masuntok, kaya yun ang nangyayari po sa bahay nila. Kaya umiiwas sila. Yung alertness, very alert po sila doon sa paghawak pa lang, isang bagay na po yun na dapat natin tingnan. So, yung pangatlo, a sense of hopelessness. Yan po yan. So, number 4 is the fear. The fear that even there's where you have your family, your friends that willing to support you, pero nandun pa rin yung takot sa iyo na para bang, no, walang makakasuporta sa akin. Yung fear na yan ay nandyan. Because that we have to make it sure if you are a member of the family that you know that there is a victim of violence against women and their children, we have to make it to assure with them na kailangan na kaya natin silang tulungan and to assure them that you can protect para yung fear na yon mawala sa kanila. Ganun po yun. So, yung isa po is the feeling paralyzed. Yung feeling paralyzed po na yan, minsan, pag yung biktima po ng violence against the children, hindi na po nakakapag-isip, hindi na siya nakakagawa ng decision dahil takot siya gumawa ng decision. So, ang ginagawa niya, let the husband or let the partner do the decisions with regards to the family. At kung anong sabihin ng taong yun, yun lang ang sinusundan nila. Yun, dahil they are afraid to make it a mistake na para yung isang taong yun, pag baka nagkamali ako, baka suntukin ako, bugbugin ako, anong sabihin sa akin. So, yun yung iniiwasan. And, yung po yung nakikita natin, most of the victims believe that they deserve the abuse. Yun ang inaano nila, they deserve that. Yung iba po naman is that we deserve the abuse kasi po, kasalanan namin and we are responsible with that, which is wrong. Nagpa-flashback, yung ano po, yung violence na nangyayari na ginawa sa kanila and the emotional reaction. So yun yung mga isa sa mga symptoms na tinitignan po or yung mga symptoms ng biktima ng violence against women and their children. So, ito po, how to help the victim, which is very important. Galing ko yan sa W Health Organization. So, if you are a parent or a family member, teachers, or the neighbor, yung mga kapitbahay po natin, if alam po natin, if we are aware that one of our member of the family, one of our neighbor, one of our friends are victim of violence against women, ito po ang kailangan natin at ito ang kailangan nila. Okay? Number 1 is that listen closely with empathy and no judgment. Baka po kasi may ibang mga tao na para bang sasabihin yung problema sa'yo, sumasabat ka na sinasabi, tumatawa yung isa doon dahil nakakaano siya. So, sinasabi is that para bang mag-o-open pa lang ako, ganito ang problema ko sa bahay, I am a victim. Biglang sasabihin ng isa, baka naman may kasalanan ka. Baka naman may dahilan bakit niya ginawa yan. Pag ganun ang nangyayari, if the woman or the child is a victim of violence inside or outside their house, at pumupunta sa hihingi ng tulong, at habang sinasabi ay sabat ka ng sabat, that victim will stop. Dahil unang-una, hindi ka nakikinig, kundi ang inaano mo is kung ano yung gusto mong sabihin. Ganun yun. So if you want to help those victims, is we have to listen closely with empathy. Okay? And no judgmental na sinasabi, may kasalanan ka kasi. No, that's wrong. The second is that if we listen closely with empathy, kung pumunta tayo muna doon sa validate women's experience, show you believe and to understand. So if you are listening with empathy na talagang makikinig ka, pero at least naiintindihan mo rin sila. Naiintindihan mo yung experience and you show those victim na naniniwala ka at naiintindihan mo. Huwag lang yung nakikinig, labas sa kabilang tenga. Yun po yung inaano natin. So yun yung po, alam niyo malaking bagay po, makakatulong po tayo, we have to stop or to protect this victim ng violence. If we listen, yung makinig ka lang sa kanila ay napakalaking bagay na yun. Okay? If we listen, we understand, and we show that we believe them, kasi we believe them, inquire. Tanungin mo sa kanila, ano ba yung pwede mong maitulong? You ask them ano yung pwede natin maibigay sa kanila. And let them, at least kahit pa paano is that pag gusto niya nang humingi ng tulong, kung anong gagawin niya, enhance or make it sure that yung safety ng mga biktima ay kahit pa paano, we give them security to ensure that to help them and to provide security na kahit pa paano hindi na po mangyayari yung violence against women. And with that, you help them also, you support the women or you help them to connect to other agency like the DSWD, the NGOs or the PNP for Children and Women to connect them or to help them to connect para mabigyan po sila ng protection. Because most of the victim po ng violence against women, dahil po sa hirap na nararanasan nila, minsan hindi sila nakakapag-isip or takot sila. If we can help them and to assure them from the very start that we can help them and protect them, pwede ho silang lumabas at lumaban para po maano po yung violence, to stop the violence against women and their children. Okay? So yun po yung pinaka-importante, right? So we have to listen, inquire, validate, enhance the security, and support the women with other. Marami ho tayong government agency who provides help to protect the women and their children with regards to violence. Okay? So, sino ba yung mga liable with regards to violence against women and their children? The husband or ex-husband, boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, father of the woman's child, lesbian girlfriend, partners or ex-partners, any persons with whom the woman has sexual or dating relationship. They are liable po under Republic Act 9262. So, kahit yung mga tomboy dyan, na mga mag-partner sa bahay po, they are also covered with violence against women. Under 9262. Okay? Who will file the complaint? Any citizen po. Kahit sino po pwede po mag-file siya under violation of 9262. Bakit po? Kasi violence against women and their children is considered as a public crime. When we say public crime, the norms and social value or custom, we as Filipinos against the norms, social value and customs ng Pilipinas. Hindi po yan ibig sabihin pinagbabawal ng batas. Hindi ho natin yan ina-accept yung violence against women and their children. Protection. If you are a victim of violence against women and their children, the protection, we can go immediately to the barangay, file a complaint, and ask for a protection order to prevent the perpetrator or the offender na makalapit dun sa mga asawa at sa mga bata, to safeguard the victim from further harming, minimizing the disruption of the victim's daily life. So, may period of time po yan. We go to the barangay to ask for a barangay protection order. We go to court to ask for a temporary protection order. With the court pa rin doon, sa permanent temporary protection order. Yun po yung inaano natin. So, if you are victim, nakakakita po kayo, your family members are victim, and you want to protect them, and you want to to show or to make it sure that they are safe, you go to the barangay, file a complaint dahil hindi po sinasabi na kailangan ng biktima lang mismo ang mag-file because anybody can file a complaint against the offender or against the perpetrator. Okay? So, may papakita po ako sa inyo. Paano ba yan? Panurin po natin to kasi yung oras eh. Nababasa ko. 11:13. Okay po, so nakita niyo po yun. So if we know any victim, mga may asawa, mga bata, alam mo natin na biktima, let's help them, let's call yung mga proper authority for them to stop the violence against women. Ito po, makikita po natin yung mga hotline. If you know po anyone na biktima po ng VAUSI, you can call this one, the police and the police. We have also they can also provide legal assistance and referral service. When referral service, ito po yung mga intervention, diversion na kailangan po ng mga biktima. So po yun. So, with that, we, as ano po natin, always remember, not necessary, babae o lalaki po. If we know that there is a violence against women in our neighbor, in our surrounding, please help them, provide assistance, and malaking tulong na po yan sa kanilang lahat. Maraming salamat po. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Jocelyn Martin, for discussing to us and also giving us updates on RA 9262. Okay, so meron pong agad question po dito actually, ma'am. Habang nagdi-discuss po kayo kanina from the audience. Good morning po. How about kung ang ama ng bata ay hindi nagbibigay ng suporta sa mga anak? Patay na po ang anak ko, may asawa na po ang lalaki, pero di niya binibigyan ng suporta ang mga anak niya, kaya lahat ng pangangailangan ng mga bata kami ang nagdudusa. So how can we help or
Okay po. Kung wala pong support na nangyayari, naibibigay yung father, you can file sa court for support para yung court po ang mag-mandate sa kanila to provide support for their children. So you can file that. Meron po tayong ano po dyan, you go to the PAO, they can help you file a civil case for support. Yun po yung proseso. Yun ang dapat sundin po natin proseso.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you po for that response po. So I hope clear po kay Ma'am BB Dizon and that will be a great help po para sa kanya. So punta lang daw po kayo sa PAO so they can assist you and help you with that case. Okay, so for others po from Ma'am Bernadette Malabanan Brena, thank you daw po so much for a very informative topic and God bless po. Yes, and according din po kay Sir Jesus Resurrection, very inspiring and informative. Thanks, Ma'am Martin. Actually, ma'am, medyo ano pa po yun, di ba? Marami pa po yung i-discuss.
Yes, marami pa yun mahaba kaso due to limited time. So, pinili ko lang po yung medyo very basic for us.
Yes, and relevant to yung today's na ano natin, experiencing now during the time of pandemic, especially sa mga bahay kasi halos lahat tayo confined in houses natin during the time of pandemic. So baka meron tayong mga cases na hindi naririnig. So this is about the time na maging aware po tayo na we can also extend help sa mga kapitbahay natin, sa mga friends, and other people that we know na may mga cases pong ganito.
Yes.
So very, very helpful po, ma'am. Thank you so much po.
Thank you
So,
po.
I think they are very overwhelmed po dun sa inyong mga sinabi. And siguro we expect more from you, Ma'am Jocelyn, in the next convention or maybe in some time natin. Sana magkaroon pa tayo ng another training or webinar on this matter. So, okay po. So I think Ma'am Giselle is ready to present to us the certificate of recognition to our resource person for this morning. Ma'am Giselle?
Yeah, hello, Ma'am Jo. Thank you for
Hello, ma'am.
supporting HRDD, syempre sariling atin. Ano po? So, maraming salamat for the enlightenment. Sana maging aware po lahat ng ating mga kasamahan sa DepEd. If we can extend help to our neighbors na alam natin na nagkakaroon ng violence against women, sana po ay matulungan din po natin. Okay, so at this point, we would like to Award the Certificate of Recognition to Jocelyn L. Martin, Legal Officer, DepEd 4A, in grateful acknowledgement of her expertise as resource person during the 2020 DepEd Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges and the New Normal, conducted by the Department of Education Region 4A to the Human Resource Development Division on December 3 to 4, 2020 via Facebook and YouTube Live, given this third day of December 2020 through Facebook and YouTube Live. Signed, Regional Director Wilfredo E. Cabral. Thank you, Ma'am
Thank you
Jo.
po. Thank you.
Balikan natin ang nagsigagang palakpakan.
Okay, thank you once again, Ma'am Jocelyn Martin, our legal officer, and also Ma'am Giselle Ulpina for the presentation of the Certificate of Recognition. So I hope na lahat pa rin tayo ay still watching this first day ng ating GAD convention and still hook with us. So marami pa po tayo actually in discussion sana no on the RA 9262, but to the limited ay siguro i-push through na lang natin for some other times pa. Okay, so now let's move on to the next presenters. These presenters will showcase to us their research studies on the field of gender and development. And the first one to give us or to showcase their his research study is actually a teacher from Calabarzon. Okay? So he actually have the master's degree in education at Manuel S. Enverga University Foundation in Lucena City. And also on the doctorate stage, no, actually dissertation stage na po siya, Doctor of Education in Arellano University, Garda Street, Sampaloc, Manila. So he served also as the Regional Planning Officer 3 at DepEd Calabarzon, and now currently a Master Teacher 2 at Talipan National High School. A teacher by profession, he's inclined to planning, budgeting, research, writing, and performing arts. So to present to us his research on My Gatas Pasalabi, Stories of the Generation 2 Solo Parent Mothers, please welcome Sir Carl Erickson Ebora. Good morning po, Sir Carl.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to confirm if you can see me po. You can hear me, ma'am? Yeah, I guess everybody can see me. Yes po. So, while I'm preparing po for my study, okay, I just would like to greet everybody. Good morning. So, hello po sa mga dati nating kasamahan sa regional office. Ayan. So, hello po to our regional director, RD Billy Cabral, to ARD Ruth Fuentes. Hello, good morning, ma'am. And to our former office mates and colleagues in HRDD, congratulations. And thank you po for giving me a platform to present this research. So, the title of my study po is My Gatas Pasalabi, Stories of Generation C Solo Parent Mothers. Ayan. So background lang po this is actually the second research in the Solo Parent series which I do. The first one is entitled Solitude, The Joys, Groans, and Hopes of Solo Parent Teachers. Available naman po siya sa Asia Pacific Journal of Multidisciplinary Research. So just the same, it focuses on solo parents. Actually po, ang difference lang is the first one is about teachers and the second one is about the Generation Z. So bakit po ba ako conduct ng study about this Generation Z, solo parent mothers. Actually, hindi naman po siya bago. Actually, the topic is not as new. Bakit po? Kasi teenage pregnancy has been a problem. Matagal na po siyang problema. And I remember nga po, noong 2018, when I was still attending meetings at the National Economic Development Authority in Calamba, sa NEDA po. Napag-usapan na yan. I remember si Ma'am Lovely ang nag-facilitate niya, nag-question about the stand of DepEd about teenage pregnancy. But that time, hindi ko pa siya masyadong binibigyan ng pansin because it's common nga po. And then, in 2019, so si Sir Dads na po, so he was interviewed in ANC and he was asked for interventions about the increasing number of teenage pregnancies. So still, hindi pa rin siya appealing. But, ito pong headline na ito, ang really caught my attention. So sabi po sa GMA News Online, more girls aged 10 to 14 get pregnant in the Philippines. Imagine po natin, 10 years old to 14 years old ang nabubuntis. So, I was like, napakabata naman ng mga nabubuntis. Dapat nag-e-enjoy pa lang sila sa kanilang kabataan, naglalaro pa lang sila dapat. But then, 10 years old, buntis na sila. Kailangan na nilang i-face ang difficulties of parenthood, di ba? And then, I wanted nga po to conduct a study pa na that has relevance para po yung solo parent, katulad ng nauna kong study. So, I thought of solo parent, Generation C solo parent mothers. So, bakit po sila solo parent mothers? Mamaya po, makikita po natin yung reason. Ayan. So again, the study talks about the difficulties, motivations, and aspirations of our Generation C solo parent mothers. Ma-share ko lang din po, I have this sister din kasi who was a teenage mom. So I could relate sa kanyang pinagdaanan kasi kwento po siya ng kwento before. Sabi niya, ang hirap mag-alaga ng anak, ang hirap magpalaki. But that time, she was 18 years old. So iba po yung context dun sa 10 to 14 years old. So dito po sa studying ito, I showcased and I delved po dun sa problema, difficulties, motivations nga po and aspirations of our solo parent. So yung presentation ko will be just about the content of the research and not about the technicalities po. I will just show kung ano po yung mga pinagdadaanan ng ating mga solo parent mothers. So ito po yung mga data. So this will be textual because I got this nga po from the research itself para ma-feel natin and makita natin yung connection of ideas. So based on the data, in 2018, there were 62,000 minors aged 10 to 18 who gave birth in the country. So sa atin po yan. So this is despite the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law in the Philippines. So bakit ang taas? Kahit po meron na tayo ng mga laws na ganyan. Now, this is related with the report of the United Nations. Sabi naman nila, 15 to 19 years old began to give births. So pabata pa rin ng pabata. In Southeast Asia, the number is decreasing. But in the Philippines, the number is increasing. So bakit kaya ganun sa Philippines? Sabi nga po dito, in the Philippines, 1 in 10 girls aged 15 to 19 are now mothers. 24 babies are born to adolescent mothers every hour. So medyo alarming po yung ating data, na napakadaming nanganganak na sobrang bata pa. And take note, 2018 pa po ang data yan. So sino-sino po ba itong mga batang ito? So the age bracket fall under Generation Z or those born after 1996. So pinakamatanda sa cohort na ito is only 23 years old. So during the writing of the paper, I tried to establish bakit nga ba sila or bakit itong generation na to ang maraming nabubuntis or bakit marami ang nagiging na-involved sa teenage pregnancy. Okay. So in one article, I found that Gen Z daw po has a tendency to believe that people are destined to fall in love numerous times. So ang Gen Z daw hindi naniniwala sa forever. Sila yung nagsasabing walang forever. And yet, totoo pala sa kanilang generation, hindi sila naniniwala. Sabi po dito, they do not want to settle and only 10% said they are committed to being committed. So walang forever para sa mga Gen Z. And they have short-lived relationships. Ayan. Because of that notion, majority po ng solo parent Gen Z are solo parents. Bakit po? Because they are not yet allowed to get married. Imagine 10 to 14 or let's say 10 to 17 years old, hindi pwedeng ikasal because they are minors. So nagkakaroon po ng increasing number of solo parent mothers in this generation. Ayan. So, ano po yung effects if ever na maging solo parent at a young age ng ating mga learners? Sabi dito, they are less expected to complete secondary education. And we do not want learners to be out of school. Bakit po? Because meron po siyang implication economically. Sa isa namang study sabi, teenage pregnancy daw po has effects on the health of young mothers. Ano po yung effects na yon? Risk of poor health and well-being of both baby and the mother. So may effect po ito sa health ng mother at saka po ng baby. Why? Because hindi pa po ready ang katawan ng bata to conceive another child. So ang nangyayari, nagkakaroon po sila ng effects sa health ng baby at ng mother. Ito yung pinaka-alarming. Adolescent pregnancy is the top cause of death among adolescent girls. And syempre, we value life. That's why ayaw po natin na napapasama ang ating mga young adolescent girls. Ayan. Because of the situation, the United Nations po released a document, Regional Forum on Adolescent Pregnancy. Sabi dito, married and unmarried girls need psychosocial and tailored support. Ayan. However, meron daw pong gap. Limited lamang po yung literature and sources that will support this, that will address the situation. So, kokonti po yung mga literature, kokonti yung mga frameworks that will help our adolescent mothers. That's where the study comes in. So, sinabi ko nga po kanina, stories of Generation C solo parent mothers. Ano yung stories? Bakit siya stories? Because the study tries to analyze the difficulties, the motivations, and aspirations of the solo parent mothers. Ang purpose po of the study is to serve as basis, to serve as input sa mga policies that will be developed by agencies such as the PubCom, siguro DSWD. Yun po yung pinaka-aim and objective of the study. So, hindi na po ako mag-delve into details, pero pasadahan na po natin ano. So, the paper is utilized phenomenology as its research design. So, I had 9 participants, so 9 adolescent solo parent mothers. So, I used purposive sampling for the sampling procedure of the study. So, baka po nagtatanong bakit 9? Kasi qualitative po siya. And sabi sa Center for Innovation in Research and Teaching, samples in phenomenology is small, usually with 10 or less participants only. So kung titingnan po natin yung appropriateness of the methodology, okay naman po yung 9 participants. By the way, yung akin pong participants dito sa ating research were my former students, elementary students, na ngayon po ay parents na, solo parent mothers na. So kaya po medyo malapit emotionally yung study sa atin po. So, paano po tayo nag-collect ng data? So, I use interview method. And ang tool po natin is interview guide. So yung interview guide po was sent through Google Forms. Baka po nagtatanong kasi time po ng pandemic, so it will be difficult to gather data. So ang pinaka-convenient po is through Google Forms. So in analyzing data, we use content analysis. Ayan, sabi dito. So content analysis is a research method in which structures of written, visual, or auditory materials are categorized and documented so they can be examined. So sabi, written material, and naalala po natin the tool is interview guide. So pasok po ang ginamit natin na content analysis. Ayan, ito po yung ating results. Table 1 for the results and discussion. Tingnan po natin yung mga difficulties. Ito po yung verbatim na present sa table. So table 1 presents the difficulties faced by Generation Z solo parent mothers. Sabi dito, balancing studies and child caring. Sabi nung isa, when I'm sleepy and my baby wants a milk at midnight. When my baby is sick, I feel so uncomfortable. When I am studying and my baby wants my attention, yun daw po yung difficulty niya. Difficulty in time management because I am still studying. Being independent, studies while child caring, financially. So all in all, ang emergent themes po natin when it comes to difficulties of solo parent mothers are about time management, roles and responsibilities, personal and economic support, and parental experiences. Table 2, motivations po ng solo parent adolescent mothers. My child and family, ang sabi po nung isa. Sabi nung isa, I need to study hard so that I can make my baby proud. Sabi nung isa, my family. Sabi rin po nung isa, give my best to provide my daughter all the necessities. So all in all, ang themes po ng motivation ng Generation Z solo parent mothers are about family, economic security, and recognition. So yun daw po ang motivation ng ating solo parent mothers. Table 3, ano naman po ang hopes and aspirations of the solo parent mothers? Sabi nila, to graduate and get a job. So to fulfill their dreams. One said, to graduate and sustain the needs of my child. So listen to what your parents have to say about your future. Ayan, may isang sabi ng ganyan. To have a good future for me and him, a stable life for my daughter, and to graduate and get a job so I can support my child's needs and help my family. So, all in all po, ang effect, ang theme nila has something to do with economic security, self-fulfillment, and emotional and psychological support. Okay, so for the conclusion, so results of the study show that the difficulties of the Generation Z solo parent mothers are on time management, roles and responsibilities, personal economic support, and parental experiences. So ano po yung recommendation natin? So the government must provide interventions such as giving them flexible time, especially those attending school. Nakita po natin kanina na nag-aaral sila pero kailangan nilang mag-alaga ng anak. So yung iba kailangan ng support. So that's why we recommended cash loans to support their studies. And nag-recommend din po tayo to have parenting seminars. So sa side naman po ng DepEd, we should allow our solo parent mothers to attend alternative delivery modes and open high school program. So LGU naman po can provide students with cash loans which will be paid pag nakagraduate na po sila and nakahanap na po ng trabaho. Yan. So another conclusion, their motivation is about family, economic security, and recognition. So ang atin pong recommendation is solo parent mothers must be exposed to environments and people where they feel encouraged, secured, and appreciated. Ayan. Ito na po yung last. So solo parent mothers aspire for economic security, self-fulfillment, emotional and psychological support. And ang ating recommendation po, the government should develop policies and interventions that will promote the welfare of the solo parent mothers. So paano po? Financing their studies up to finding employment opportunities in the future. The LGUs may consider providing student loans, kaya po nung nasabi natin kanina, while DepEd, CHED, and TESDA may provide scholarships to deserving solo parent mothers. So other agencies may also help naman po in finding employment opportunities after graduation. And we also mentioned that policies should be in place to eradicate discrimination in the workplace towards the solo parent mothers. Ayan. So gusto ko na rin pong mag-thank you sa POPCOM. If you will remember po, ang purpose po ng ating study is to serve as basis for policy development. And when I submitted the study to POPCOM, ayan, naging okay naman po and they accepted the study. Sabi nila, they will be using the findings of the study as inputs for interventions on adolescent health and development and responsible parenthood and family. So thank you very much po because I believe na-serve na nung study yung purpose niya to contribute sa policies and for the betterment of our solo parent mothers. Share ko rin po that the study was accepted in Oxford Brookes University in the United Kingdom. So it will be for presentation in July 2021. So hoping po tayo na maka-attend sa ating research conference na yan in England. Okay, so that would be all. Thank you very much po for listening and for giving me the platform to share the stories of Generation C solo parent mothers.
Okay, thank you so much also, Sir Carl Ebora, for sharing with us your research study. And I hope this will be also a guide for our participants here na pwede rin naman nilang ituloy din yung inyong research, no? Pwede maging basis also on their research na gagawin sa kanilang mga schools or division offices kasi very pa rin siya, relevant or aligned pa rin sa present situation pa rin natin ngayon. Thank you so much. And
Actually,
to give Yes, sir.
Because daw po sa lockdown, lalong tataas ang number ng ating solo parents kasi mas marami ang mabubuntis na girls because of the lockdown nga. So let's expect more.
Yes, tama po kayo. Totoo po yan. So dapat ang ating mga teachers also and the school leaders, meron po silang dapat din gawin as well in with this matter kasi very alarming, especially sa nangyayari ngayon na naka-quarantine po tayo pa rin kahit na medyo na-minimize sa ibang mga natin, yung limitations. Pero ganun pa rin, still we are still in the quarantine stage. So I hope na meron pong masagot tayo dyan also, on the part in response to gender and development equality. Thank you so much, Sir Carl, and to give to present to us the certificate of recognition, may we call on again Ma'am Gisela Ulpina. Hi, Ma'am Giselle.
Yeah. Hello, Sir Carl. Good morning. Okay, we miss you. So here, thank you for sharing your research. Siguro ay mapupulutan ng aral natin lahat yon. And then, siguro din ay maging inspirasyon ng bawat isa, bawat SDO na makapag-conduct din ng similar research ng inyong ginawa, no? So, ito na po ang inyong Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Carl Erickson I. Ibora in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise as research presenter during the 2020 DEPED Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Equality, Embracing Challenges and the New Normal, conducted by the Department of Education, Region 4A Calabarzon, through the Human Resource Development Division on December 3 to 4, 2020, via Facebook and YouTube Live, given the third day of December 2020 through Facebook and YouTube Live. Signed, our Regional Director, Wilfredo E. Cabral. Masibagabong palakpakan po sa ating research presenter. Thank you, Sir Carl.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again, thank you so much, Sir Carl and Ma'am Gisela. Yan, okay po. So you may contact Sir Carl for details po ng kanyang pinresent kanina or our God focal person, Ma'am Nadine Gaton, if you have questions or queries, additional queries, and relative presentation. Okay, let's now to the last but not the least presenter for this morning. Our next presenter is a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education major in Mathematics at Sacred Heart College, Delhi, and also obtained the Master of Arts in Education major in Educational Management also with the same university or college. For now, she has an ongoing um, study for his of education major in educational management at Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology in Santa Mesa, Manila. For her professional information, is one of the internal quality management auditor, research writer, consultant, statistician. She has also published 4 researches and has been awarded as Best Research Paper in 2015-2016 during the conduct of Division Research Plan. Also attended various international and national seminars and trainings relative to research, gender and development, teaching and learning, and also governance. Presently, she is the education program specialist to a division GAD focal person of the DepEd Division of Quezon Province. Please welcome Ms. Michelle G. Duma to present to us her research on gender responsiveness and common gender issues of programs and projects in the Division of Quezon Province. Good morning po, Ma'am Michelle.
Hello po, good morning. All right, so I just would like to say good morning, everyone. Good morning, Calabarzon. So I'll be sharing with you one of our research endeavors in DepEd Quezon. So with my co-researcher, Dr. Regina Marino, my senior specialist. So this time, so allow me to share my screen. So I hope you are now viewing my presentation. So this research project is focused on investigating the gender responsiveness and common gender issues of programs, activities, and projects in the division of Quezon Province. This was actually participated by selected district supervisors and school heads. So, as we all know, so one of the essential elements that support the positive and effective implementation of gender in development is ensuring that gender perspectives are well integrated in all phases of implementing the programs, activities, and projects in our organization. So, my dear colleagues, my presentation will be focusing on giving you brief background of the findings, of the recommendations and implication of this research project. And of course, I'll be sharing also with you some of our considered best practices in gender in development as an offshoot of this research project on gender and development. So that is why, as change agent of gender in development, we deem the importance of determining how gender responsive POPs are and examine the common gender issues that may impact its effective implementation for us to be able to achieve inclusive education and equitable quality basic education, and of course to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So that is why seeing the significance of implementing gender responsive programs, activities, and projects, we had this research problems, or we focus on determining the level of gender responsiveness of programs, activities, and projects in the Division Quezon based on the assessment of our respondents in terms of the following phases. So number one, as to identification; the second, as to designing, implementation, and of course, another element is the monitoring and evaluation. We also actually examine the common gender issues of programs, activities, and projects in the Division Quezon based also on the assessment of our respondents in terms of the following. So first, we examine the issues on gender stereotyping, gender bias, and gender discrimination. And of course, this also serves as our input for us to formulate, okay, what policy recommendations can we formulate to strengthen the gender responsiveness and address the common gender issues of our POPs in the division of Quezon Province. And of course, based on the conduct of this research project, we're able to come up with the following general findings. So I'm gonna share with you, this is just the salient findings of our research project. So the first is, we found out that the programs, activities, and projects in the Division Quezon are less gender responsive. So that means to say that gender perspectives are not that well integrated in the implementation of our POPs among schools in our division. And then second, so gender issues among our POPs in our division are less evident. So that means to say that schools recognize the equal role, rights, and privileges of men and women in the implementation of their POPs. So these are some of the important and salient findings in the conduct of this research endeavor. And of course, based on these general findings of our study, we come up with the following recommendations. So the first is, we see that there is really a need to consider the provision of policy guidelines on the implementation of gender-responsive POPs. Second, we deem the importance of the collection of SDD, o yung tinatawag natin na sex disaggregated data, which will be important in the analysis of gender gaps and inequalities, constraints, and opportunities related to women and men. Then we also had this recommendation as part of this research project: GAD focal point system and other enabling mechanisms shall be strengthened, and also to oversee and guide the implementation of gender-responsive POPs. And of course, capacity development shall be also provided to capacitate the school change agents and clients in the implementation of gender-responsive POPs. And of course, as a result of this cited recommendations, as an offshoot of this conduct of this study, we were able to formulate policy recommendations highlighting the following. So number one, we had the issuance of division policies on the implementation of GAD POPs. Then second, we also had this policy recommendation on the establishment of SDD. Then we also have the creation and strengthening of GAD focal point system and other enabling GAD mechanisms. And of course, this is also another important thing to consider: the provision of relevant capacity development among school change agents and other clients. Now, this is the formal document which is a result of this research endeavor in our division. This is the document, the material, the policy recommendations that we had. And actually, I just would like to share with you the transformation, how we transform the implementation of gender in development program in our division as a result of this research endeavor. So as an offshoot of these policy recommendations, our division were able to craft division policy guidelines. This is localized policy guidelines on the implementation of gender in development POPs, which actually guide all of us, especially our schools, our clients in this division, to really pursue the implementation of gender responsive POPs. And of course, part of this policy guidelines that we have in our division is to highlight the strengthening of GAD institutional mechanisms, and of course provide specific guidelines on the preparation of GAD plan, utilization of their GAD budget, and of course the submission of GAD AR. And then we also have this kind of guidelines, the institutionalization of submission of GAD plan and budget and accomplishment report, and as well as really the establishment of DepEd GAD focal point system. We also had this part of this policy, the issued policy, is the division empowerment of school GAD focal point system. Then, of course, it should not be absent in this policy. So the monitoring and evaluation of GAD programs, projects, and activities is very important to ensure the relevance and quality of all activities that we are implementing in gender in development program in DepEd Quezon. Now, as also part of the policy recommendations as an output of this research study, we actually had the organization of localized district GAD focal point system. This is for all of us to provide open channel of communication among our clients, especially the school change agents. Then we're also able to provide technical assistance needs survey for all of us to really determine the issues and concerns and whatever technical needs that they want to have from us, from the division office. Then, of course, we had this. So this is recently done. So we provided them technical assistance. So as a result of such activity. Then we also come up with this division policy guidelines on the collection of the STD or the sex disaggregated data. So this is also another offshoot, or I mean the result of our policy recommendations and because of the conduct of this research study. Because that would serve as our reference in the gender responsive planning and budgeting so that we will be able to achieve more gender responsive programs in our division. That's why we also institutionalize this, the online collection of SDD through these issuances. Then we also developed the division localized GAD survey tool that will be used in the collection of STD in our division. And of course, this are used also by our schools and district offices. Then so this is the documents that we're using. Then of course, this is the added enabling mechanism of our SDO. We formalize and we organize group of men advocating God consciousness for human equity through transformative education, or yung tinatawag po namin dito na the machete. So this is our partner, our another enabling mechanism to implement gender responsive programs, activities, and projects in the DepEd Quezon. And this is how we formalize it. So we had this, and then we organized it. We organized this in the division first, in the division level first. Then we had this in the district and schools as well. Then we also have this GAD advocacy shirt. Then, of course, we formalize the strengthening of the initiatives of this group of men to sustain our gender responsive programs in our division. So this is through this issue once. Then this is the reference document formalizing the institutionalization of having machete in our division as a support mechanism also towards achieving gender responsive POPs. Then we also conducted different and various activities that would support the implementation of gender responsive programs in our division, as well as to address the issues or other concerns pertaining to the findings of this particular study as well. So we had this GAD article writing contest. We also had this activity in support to our International Men's Month, because we believe that this kind of activity, based on the results of our research study, this can really lead us to to achieve gender responsive programs, and of course to address those issues provided in the findings of the study. Then we also had this in some schools. I know most of our schools and districts also had that particular activity. Then we also had this campaign to end VAUSI. Particularly, we raised our orange flag. We orange our shirt last time. Then it was also conducted in different schools, and various schools, most schools in our division. So these are the pictures, and we also had this the 18-day campaign to end vow Facebook profile frame, which signifies our personal commitment to end vow C. And of course, we had the provision of capacity development of gender in development. As you can see, my dear colleagues, this is just this is are all the results of our research endeavor as to gender in development, as to achieving the level of gender responsiveness of our programs, activities, and projects. That's why this is also part of the activities that we are now implementing in our division. So this is a webinar series. So these are the actual shot of this webinar. Then of course we also consider the welfare of our employees. That's why we had this kind of activity, the I Heart You project. We also had this celebration of the Women's Month. Then we also have this kind of activity. Then we also promote the wellness program among our employees. This is actually a support GAD activity as well, in cooperation with our provincial government. So that's it. So now this is the recent enabling mechanism that we institutionalized and we adopted in the Division of Quezon as an offshoot also of this research study. So this is the Project Pugad, which is actually focusing on the four aspects, four elements. The first is how we empower our people, how we make our policies gender responsive, how we also make gender responsive POPs, so which is the focus of our study, and of course other enabling mechanisms. How could this enabling mechanism supports the implementation of our gender and development programs in DepEd Quezon? So that is why, so as you can see, this is how our research study, our research output transforms, help our division transform, reform, and rebuild gender and development programs in our division, as well as attaining gender responsive programs, activities, and projects in all areas in Quezon Province, in the DepEd Quezon Province. Because, I'm gonna leave this to you, because we grow, we advocate, we develop gender responsive basic education, because in DepEd Quezon, we are God-loving. Thank you for listening. So magandang tanghali na po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Michelle Duma, for that very wonderful presentation of your research. I hope everyone got something from your, marami siya, maraming na-capture dun sa inyong research on the PPAs. And this will be a big help for schools also to align PPAs or to benchmark also your PPAs as well as your research study. And to present to us the certificate, maybe call on again our Ma'am Gisela. Ma'am Giselle.
Yes, good afternoon na pala. Good afternoon. Thank you, Ma'am Michelle, for sharing your research and the different PPAs na conducted by the SDO. Sana po ay mapulutan natin ang mga project and activities ng SDO, so we can also adapt it to our respective SDOs. So this certificate of recognition is awarded to Michelle C. Duma in grateful acknowledgement of her expertise as research presenter during the 2020 DepEd Calabarzon GAD Convention with the theme Generation Quality, Embracing Challenges in the New Normal, conducted by the Department of Education Region 4A Calabarzon through the Human Resource Development Division. on December 3 to 4, 2020 via Facebook and YouTube Live, given the third day of December 2020 through Facebook and YouTube Live. Signed, Regional Director Wilfredo E. Cabral. Maraming salamat and magandang hapon.
Thank you very much po, Calabarzon.
Okay, we want also to give the certificate of recognition to Ma'am Elaine Sangalang, being our moderator for this day. Thank you, Ma'am Elaine.
Thank you din po.
Okay, so I will not read all the citation. Thank you for being our moderator for this GAD convention, and it is signed by our director, Wilfredo E. Cabral. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to serve our regional officer.
Thank you, Ma'am Giselle. Thank you, Jan Elaine. Thank you, Jelai, for being our moderator for this session 1. Thank you. I'll be seeing you around, Jelai. Thank you very much.
Yes. See you around.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world where men and women have equal rights and opportunities, where women and girls would walk out late at night and they are not afraid, where men and boys would be not trapped in an oppressive masculine world. At this time, at this current situation, at these current times, the norm is gender equality, where women and men get paid equally for work of equal value, and that they share care work at home. Imagine equality in the political leadership, in the corporate boardrooms, in our factory floors, and more so in the classrooms. Women and girls, as men and boys, have equal say in decisions that affect their lives, their bodies, their policies, and their environment, from villages to city, from provinces to countries. Friends, with this generation equality, we are not talking about who is superior, who is better, but we are lobbying for generation equality as we embrace challenges in this new normal. Friends, a little later after we wrap up this session, we would be posting the evaluation link for today's session. And we would like to remind everyone that tomorrow for our day 2 activity, we will be starting at exactly 8 a.m., 8 o'clock in the morning. So please do join us again for our last day tomorrow for more things about gender and development. This has been Jerome. Would like to thank everyone who participated with us for having stayed with us since this morning. Thank you very much. God bless everyone. Heavenly Father, as we come to the end of our time together, we thank you for what has been accomplished here today. May the matters discussed serve as a catalyst to move us forward and cause us to advance and see growth in all areas of our lives. May we live here recognizing you are the God of all wisdom and you are willing to lead us forward. This we pray in the name of the Lord Jesus. Amen. Once again, everybody, thank you very much for being with us. See you again tomorrow for our second day of this DEPED Calabarzon Gender and Development Convention 2020. God bless and thank you.